now that as we go through, I'd like to call the Columbus County Board of Education meeting for November 8th to order. Nice to see you, Mr. Cole.
Yes, sir.
You've had an opportunity to look at the final agenda. Do I have a motion that we accept the final agenda?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Strickland, second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of said motion, and on by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? You've had an opportunity to look at the minutes from October 5th meeting. Do I have a motion that we accept the minutes from the October 5th meeting? Motion by Mr. Long, second by Mr. Coleman. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of said motion, and on by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Public comments. Or recognition of guests, I'm sorry.
Okay. So we have several parents and students and staff members here for our presentations tonight. We also have Mr. Coleman, one of our commissioners, is here with us tonight. And we have our two local news reporters, Deuce Nivens and Diana Matthews here. Welcome, everyone. We're glad that you're here to join us tonight.
Public comments.
We just have one. Mr. Phipps, you want to, we have one
We have
public.
one.
Yep.
It's on your agenda.
Oh, it's on the agenda. Mr. Laverne Coleman, I'm sorry.
If you'll just come up here to the microphone, that'd be great. Is it on, Kelly? Okay.
Well, everybody knows my name's Laverne Coleman. I'm County Commissioner from the Eastern End. The reason I'm here, we as the commissioners have, we know we're faced with a more or less a pandemic of the violence that's going on, especially around our young children. And it's not necessarily comes out of the schools, it's gang related, but schools has got some to do with it because of the bullying situations. And I know that the schools have a zero tolerance for bullying. And I just want to make sure that it's in effect and that we're working with you to make sure that we work together to get the bullying out of the schoolhouse. And once it's recognized, and I know there's a lot of confidentiality in it for the students being minors and bringing it up. But I think the parents and the students that are being bullied need to be notified and let them know what's being done with it. I don't know if that's something y'all doing now or not. But in the last few months, you know, we've had, especially in the Chadron area and around, we've had a lot of violence, and it's youngins and it's our youth, and we don't need to lose them. I know it's gang related. And I don't like you. I don't like you by your costume you wear or whatever. But we need to get it stopped, and I'm just here to help, ask y'all to let us help you in working together to end it and make sure it's broadcasted enough that we work together as a community, as a school, and as a local government to end it and end the violence and get students back online to learn. That's what we need to teach them here. I know a lot of times the teachers are bowed up with, they have to be mama, daddy. The teachers have got their hands full. But if we can just make sure that they're teaching what they need to teach, and the bullies are took out of class and are sent disciplined the way they should be. And that way it'll open up the classrooms more for learning instead of social media with one another and the bullying that goes on. But again, I'm here to tell you we're here to help you, and we'll work together as a unit, I hope, and continue to end this bullying and making sure that it's not tolerated in any form in the schools and on campus, and especially at ball games as it reaches out. And I don't know if it is a fact or not, I don't know, but are they a policy that if a student's expelled from school or whatever for bullying, is he allowed at the ball games or school functions?
If a student is suspended, no, they are not allowed to attend extracurricular activities.
Okay, well, that's good. And I didn't know that, not ignorance on my part, I apologize. But if we can just make sure that these things are enforced to help the parents and the students, I'd appreciate it. And I thank you for your time, and I hate to leave your meeting, but I'm wanting to go to Whiteville also to say the same thing I'm saying here, that we were going to work with you and make sure that we can end it and get our youngins back on course to learn and do the right thing in our society.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman. We appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Any questions that I can help you with right now before I
No,
leave?
but we
or
do
anything?
appreciate you and the Board of Commissioners' interest, and hopefully we're doing the things that we need to be doing, and we look forward to working with y'all with that. Thank
Well,
you so
I
much.
appreciate that. And again, we can work together. If y'all come up and y'all need any help that we can help you with, I'm asking you, just to get up with us, and we'll work with you any way we can to end this stuff.
Thank you so much.
Okay? Thank you for your time. Y'all have a great night.
Special presentation and recognition.
Okay. Board members and our audience members, we have some recognitions from the Yam Festival Art Show. And so Dr. Williams has some certificates, so when we call their names, if they will come over here to that side. Dr. Williams has over to this side.
Then I'll line them up over
Okay.
here. Yep.
All right, Dr. Williams has a certificate, and then you're just going to line them all up on that. Okay. All right, so we're going to start with Acme Delco Elementary School. We have Anna Huffam, who the teacher is Allison Ellis. Nope. All right, we have some students from Cerro Gordo. Mariah Zunga? Mazunga, okay. Thank you. Hannah Potter, Leah Speck, Samantha Strickland, and their teacher is Sandra Richardson. Ms. Richardson, if you'll come up and join Mr. Jones, I'd appreciate it. We want to recognize you as well. All right, at East, we have Mania Bell, Alexandria Benton, Reagan Bullard, Jason Holmes, Adriana Mackenzie Lewis, Marcel Mitchell, Neve Moore, and Caitlin Smith. And Jeff Rudnick is their teacher. And then from Evergreen, we have Kylie Barrett, Kanaya Gibson, Brianna Parker, Braden Suggs, and Jennifer Sams is their teacher. From Nekina, we have Felix Castrion, Riley Shepard, and Taylor Stocks. Oh, here we go. Is this Riley? Thank you, Riley. Great job. And their teacher is Diana Roldan. All right, from South Columbus High School, we have Layla Ayers, Michelle Cribb, Abby Jones, Sadie Thompson, and Kendall Thrasher. And their teacher is Bree Giddings. Is she here? Come on up. Thank you, ladies, for being here. And congratulations. From Tabor City Middle School, we have Briley May Stroud, Jemiah McCoy, Natalie Poole, and Gentry Thompson. And Princess Grantham is their teacher. From West Columbus, we have Tierra Brady, Asia Campbell, Jamie Duncan, and Gabrielle Mercer, and Brissa Simmons, and Miss Richardson is their teacher as well. And from Williams Township, we have Jennifer Perez and Molly Turner, and Diana Roldan is their teacher. Congratulations to these students. Let's give them a hand. And if you were able to see the artwork at the Yam Festival, Kelly said it was
great.
outstanding. We also have Yam Festival poetry winners. So from Williams Township, we have Jamie Lynn Ward. Is Jamie here?
She
There's
is.
Jamie. Congratulations, Jamie. And we have Kylie Hewitt is also from Williams Township. Good job, ladies. And Miss Sellers, Stephanie Sellers, is their teacher. Are you here, Miss? Yep, there she is. If you want to come join your students, that would be great. From Chadburn, we have Iasia Williams, Quadre Crawford, Arabella Chores, and Randy Dossie. And their teacher is Lindsay Dudley. And from South Columbus High School, we have Haley Ward and Leah Dew. And their teacher is Cheryl Cartwright. Congratulations. I would make you all recite your poem by memory, but we won't do that today. Let's give our award winners a hand. Thank you to the teachers and the students for participating and for your excellent work. All right, our next item is the auditor's report, and our auditor is actually online, and will speak to us virtually, basically. But you have the link to the presentation is in your agenda, and you can open that to follow along while he presents. And Tyler Beatty is the person who is presenting. And Ms. Allen, you have anything you want to say beforehand?
I just want to say it was really nice to actually see them in person this year. People don't realize how much work it is to do one remotely, but okay, it was nice to actually see them come in person and meet them, and it was much easier to complete. And we have everything completed by the deadline this year, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Yep, we're ready.
Okay, Tyler, when you're ready.
All right, thanks. Happy to be with everybody today, albeit presenting virtually, and appreciate the kind words from Lisa to introduce me. As she mentioned, my name is Tyler Beatty. I am a Assurance Managing Director with DHG, who conducts the financial statement audit and compliance audit for Columbus County Schools. Before we get started going through the presentation, I'd like to thank Lisa and the finance team for the assistance they provided during this year's audit. As I'm sure you're aware, we were able to wrap up this year's audit significantly quicker than in years past. And similar to 2020, this year has presented many challenges to the audit process. And the finance team has done an excellent job of working through these issues to help us complete our testing in a timely manner. You should have received copies of the financial statements along with our report to the board, which houses our required communications. These will be discussed in conjunction with the PowerPoint presentation, which we put together to be used for tonight. We're presenting the financials today, which have been submitted and approved by the NC State Treasurer's Office. Also, the audit report has been submitted to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse and accepted. And I'm going to move on to the agenda slide of our PowerPoint presentation. We're going to start the presentation tonight with a discussion of the audit results. We'll then move on to review the communication report, and then we'll review some financial highlights. Lastly, we'll conclude with a review of the compliance audit. And I'm going to move on to the discussion of the audit results. So the primary reason for all of the work that everybody contributes to an audit is the ability to enable us as auditors to issue an opinion on the financial statements. So on this PowerPoint slide, I have an excerpt of our audit opinion, which is considered an unmodified opinion. This is the opinion that you want to receive as a board, and it gives financial statement users an indication that the information included in the financial statements is materially accurate. Our entire auditor's report can be found on page 1 of the financial statements. And so next we're going to move on to reviewing the communications report to the board, which is the smaller report that you should have received along with the financial statements. So there are various aspects of an audit process that we're required to communicate to the board. They are any significant estimates or sensitive disclosures included in the financial statements. We've identified these as being the useful lives of depreciable assets, as well as the proportionate share of the net pension and OPEB liabilities for the retirement plans. If there were any difficulties or disagreements with management that we had during our audit, they would be communicated in this report. Thankfully, we had no difficulties or disagreements with management during the audit process to report. If we had any uncorrected misstatements that we identified during the audit process, we would communicate those identified uncorrected misstatements in this report. We did have certain journal entries which were proposed by us and they were reported by management that resulted as part of the audit process. We didn't have any uncorrected misstatements, and as such, there's none reported in this report. And then lastly, representations that are made by management. So upon completion of the audit, we receive a management representation letter that was signed by management, and it's included in the appendix in this report. So you can see what representations were given to us during the course of the audit. So now I'm going to skip to the financial highlights, and the first graph we have as part of our financial highlights is the revenues presentation slide. And this slide will give you a visual representation of the funding sources received by the board for this year as well as the prior 2 years. Revenues for the general fund and the other local expense fund, which is indicated by the orange bar on the graph, increased approximately $679,000 when compared to the prior year. This increase was primarily caused by additional CARES Act funding, which was received in the general fund in the amount of $409,000. Expenses for the general and the other local expense fund decreased by approximately $220,000 compared to the prior year, and this resulted in a combined increase in fund balance for your general and other local expense fund of approximately $1.5 million. The state public school fund revenues, which is shown in the dark blue middle bar within, is the largest funding source of the board, obviously. This funding source decreased by approximately $200,000 compared to the previous year. And state public school fund allotments are based on ADM data. Also of note, there was increases to the state salary schedule as well as increases in retirement and other benefit rates. These increases are funded with local dollars for employees that are not funded with state or federal funding. Lastly, federal funding, which is shown in the light blue bar to the very right, increased around $1.3 million when compared to the prior year. And this is primarily related to the COVID relief money that was received by the board in 2021, which was for $1.3 million. The total schedule of federal and state awards, which details all the federal and state awards received by the board in fiscal year 2021, can be found on page 72 of the financial statements. And I'm going to move on to the next slide, which is the governmental expenditures by purpose as a percentage of total governmental expenditures. It excludes capital outlay. And so this slide gives you a visual representation of where monies are being spent each year. You'll notice that the board in 2021 spent around 80.3% on instructional services, with the remaining 19.7% being spent on operational services. The presentation of instructional versus other costs is based on the NCDPI chart of accounts. And this slide shows an increase in the allocation of money being spent on instructional support expenses, which is pretty consistent with what we've seen with our other LEAs, and is primarily related to the costs related to the pandemic. I'm going to move on to the next slide, which is your general and restricted or other local expense revenues fund balance. So this next slide details the fund balance for the current year as well as the prior 2 years for the general fund and the other local fund. Of this fund balance for 2021, $1.3 million relates to the general fund, while $1.1 million relates to the other local current expense fund. As you can see, combined fund balances increased approximately $1.6 million, of which the $953,000 relates to the general fund. The available for appropriation fund balance, which is shown in the orange bar, increased approximately $1.8 million. Available for appropriation represents total fund balance less the amounts which are restricted portions of receivables in the funds which cannot be appropriated. Restricted receivables totaled approximately $276,000 this year. The unassigned fund balance shown in the light blue bar increased approximately $962,000. I'm going to move on to the next slide, which is the general and restricted revenues fund balance as a percentage of total expenditures. So this slide gives you a percentage representation of fund balance as a percentage of expenditures. Fund balance available for appropriation and unassigned fund balance when converted to days represents approximately 14 days of operating expenditures. We always recommend that the board take a pointed approach when there's a decision to utilize fund balance. Our general recommendation is that fund balance should not be used to pay for recurring expenditures, and a plan should be put in place to build it back up when spent. Also, it should be noted that there's no state mandated thresholds for LEAs as it relates to fund balance. I'm going to move to the next slide, which is your school food service fund. And this is a snapshot of the school food service fund for the current year, being fiscal year 2021 and the 2 prior years. Cash has increased approximately $28,000 when compared to the prior year, and is related to revenues received in excess of expenses incurred in the current year. The liabilities presented are significantly comprised of the net pension as well as the net OPEB liabilities. Revenues decreased approximately $490,000 this year, which was primarily related to decreases in federal reimbursements, coupled with decreases in food sales, which is the result of the pandemic. Food costs decreased approximately $356,000, while personnel expenses increased approximately $171,000. Next, I'm going to move to the compliance section of the presentation. And as I noted previously, in addition to our financial statement audit, we conduct a compliance audit over federal and state programs which are deemed to be major. There are criteria for determining a major program is set by auditing standards, and it's based upon various testing and coverage thresholds. So I'm on the compliance audit yellow book report slide now. And so in connection with our compliance audit, we are required to assess internal controls and compliance in accordance with governmental auditing standards. During our testing, we did note 2 findings which were required to be reported this year. While improvement was noted to be made in fiscal year 2021, we concluded that a material weakness still existed at the end of the year related to the lack of information technology controls, and this is further described on page 68 of the financial statements. Our second finding was related to indirect cost computations, and we noted that the indirect cost computation calculation was initially using total program allotment amounts as opposed to actual program expenditures that were being incurred during the year. And this resulted in excess charges over what was allowed for indirect costs for the Title I grants program, the special education cluster, and the education stabilization fund. Again, this finding is further described on page 69 of the financial statements. Our next slide, which is the federal major programs. So based on our analysis this year, we noted 5 federal major programs which were required to be audited. These were the Education Stabilization Fund, the Coronavirus Relief Fund, the Title I grants, the Special Education Cluster, and the Child Nutrition Cluster. Related to this compliance audit over federal programs, we did note one finding as a result of our testing of these programs, and it was related to the aforementioned indirect cost charges. And I'm moving on to the next slide for state major programs. So we also noted 2 state programs that were deemed to be major and required to be audited. This was the State Public School Fund and CTE State Months of Employment Program. We didn't note any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses during our testing related to these programs. And I am moving on to the last slide. That concludes our presentation that we prepared for the board this year. So I'd like to open it up to any questions that may have arisen.
Tyler, I have a question. On page 9 of your slide, you were talking about the FY or the 21 fund balance and its increase of millions. On the slide, the diagram that you have actually has that listed as 2019. Is that correct?
So Tyler, on page 9, there is a slide that's listed as
Fund balance.
as fund balance.
General and restricted revenues.
He's got the dates switched.
And the dates seem to be incorrect on that. Is that what you're saying?
In as far as for fiscal year 2021, it includes, it's the general fund on Exhibit 4, that fund balance, or excuse me, Exhibit 3, as well as your other local current expense fund. I'm not sure what he's indicating when
The dates.
you mean the dates are wrong.
The years on the bottom of the
The years on the
graph.
bottom of the graph.
So, is he
reversed.
related specific to 2021, or is there a prior year he's?
The question is, are they reversed?
Yeah, he's got 2021 where it should be 2019.
So 2021 is accurate, if that's,
The
if that's what,
2019 is the one in question, Dr. Meadows?
Well, they're questioning the fact that we had an increase in general fund balance of $1 million, and that's not representative in this graph labeled
So
2021.
the fund balance increase is not represented in the graph?
I believe it is, unless you're looking at a different version than I'm looking at with the sense. So 2021 should show a total fund balance on the very left side of $2.4 million, which agrees to Exhibit 3 in the financial statements. 2020 should show a total fund balance on the very left side of $859,600 or $758 in the 2020 column of the graph. And then I need to pull up the 2019, just to, let me double check that.
He must have sent us,
It must be the wrong, just
He
a
must have-
different updated version.
he must have edited it after he sent it.
Is it possible you edited it after we received it?
I don't believe so. I have not, I can, the only thing is sometimes it's pulling from an Excel, so I'm not sure if I'm going back to the board presentation that I emailed Lisa and Deanne. What I can do is print it to PDF though and send it back over if it appears it's not pulling right. I just pulled up the attachment directly in the email and it appears accurate. Again, that's on my side. I don't know if we're running into technology issues. What is it showing on your side?
It's showing that 2019 is the year of the 2.4 million.
2019 is the year of 2.4 million.
Yeah, that's in the end. That is not accurate, but that is not how it's showing on my
Technology.
version.
Yeah, it's reversed.
As long as the money's in the bank.
That's right.
What I can do is I can print the PowerPoint to PDF and resend it over to Lisa and Deanne to send to share. I did just pull the email that I sent to Lisa and Deanne on October 29th, and it was pulling accurately on my end.
Page 10 is the exact same thing.
Yeah, that's
Kelly,
interesting. Yeah.
it's reversed as well.
It appears as though page 10 is reversed as well. Can you check that?
Yeah, I think if he'll just print the right.
Yeah, so on my side, on year 2021, on the left side, I'm showing 3.92%. Actually, I think I can share my screen with you, can I?
Yeah, they won't be able to see, but if you'll send the correct version.
Yeah, it's just reversed. In your picture, it's the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, just to be clear, I sent this original version on October 29th, and there haven't been any edits, but I can definitely print the PowerPoint to PDF if something's happening from like a technology standpoint, from when I'm sending it and when they're opening it.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
Yeah, because it shows, his graphs show that it's getting worse instead of getting better.
The
Right.
graph appears to show that it's getting worse, not getting better. That's what we're seeing.
And that is the inverse.
So
It's
here's
getting
the
better.
version
Yes.
that is in the actual one that I'm gonna try to switch, but this is.
And I apologize.
You want to,
I wonder if it
share
went
your
from-
screen real quick?
If it went from PowerPoint to Google.
Yeah, I
If
can,
something.
I can definitely show that.
Mhm.
Just a second.
It's like it's a mirror image.
I believe it is.
Do you want to see this? He's going to share your screen.
No, I believe it.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah. Yeah, we're
You
good.
sure?
I've got it.
Yep,
Okay.
we're good.
If they have the ability to see what I'm doing is opening it back up and printing it to PDF, and we'll send it to Deanne if she's got a computer to forward it on.
Yep, that'll work.
And going back and looking at the revenues, and it looks like every graph in there is reversed.
I bet when we went from PowerPoint to Google Slides, something happened.
It appears as though there are several things that are inverted.
Okay.
You're going to do a direct PDF print from the
But
correct.
I have his, so he doesn't really need, I mean, I've got.
Yeah, and again, I
Looks
mean,
right
that's
on my
typically
side.
why we
I can share.
prefer to share from our side. I'm not sure, again, because some of the Excel for the graphs are embedded. I'm not extremely confident why it would inverse from the version I've sent unless, I don't know. But I know if I print it to a PDF, it should come straight across.
We're good. Does any board member have other questions that they want to ask?
And do we have the indirect cost calculation correct?
We do, and the calculation was done based on a budgeted figure instead of the actual expenditure figure. And we've written, it was done on a budgeted figure instead of an expense figure, and it's closing year end so quickly. So we've put steps in place to have several people check and double check that calculation prior to close.
That's it for me.
Okay, anyone else? All right. I would like to say thank you to Tyler for being here with us and for presenting the information. And I also want to thank Lisa for all of her work facilitating and overseeing the finances of the district. Obviously, we're in much better shape. As well as I want to thank the principals and the bookkeepers, the directors, the office support staff at the central office, because the changes that they've been asked to make in the processes, they have made every attempt to do that, and that's why the audit was better in terms of those things that were issues prior to have been corrected. So I appreciate everybody's work on trying to improve our financial situation and make sure that, you know, we're following proper procedures in terms of our finances. So thank you to everyone for that.
I do have another question about Meadows. Did this include an audit at school level too?
Lisa will have to answer that for you.
So it did. They required certain, they picked certain testing locations, and that documentation was sent in. It was reviewed. So yes, that was included on top of what we've done on our individual desk audits.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Tyler. We appreciate it.
Thank you, and I'll just add, our contact information is in the communications report to the board on, I believe, on the first or second page. So if any questions arise subsequent to this meeting, happy to answer them.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Okay. All right, the next item on the agenda is I want to make a special presentation to Kelly, Kelly Jones. He has submitted a grant to USDA, and we found out that we received the grant. Kelly, you know, took on writing this. It was, I don't even know how many pages, tens and tens, I mean, lots of pages that he compiled to help us get this grant, which is about $700,000 worth of grant money that we're receiving. And will provide opportunities for students to learn through virtual mode, but they will be equipment in every one of our schools, as well as equipment that's being placed in outside organizations to help us to work collaboratively with those organizations. So I want to thank Kelly for all of his hard work. I know this is just a certificate, but we just want to say how much we appreciate what you do and all of your effort in this grant.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
One more.
We're excited to see it come to fruition and see what we actually, what our students can participate in with this grant. It's great. All right.
Really, we never do, you know, thank you. We really don't. Thank you, and I'm basing that on the last 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate y'all.
All right, the next item is our auxiliary services, our construction bids, and we have, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Williams and David Clinton.
Okay, good evening. I have David Clinton, our architect, on speakerphone, and so when we I may turn it over to him, but we did conduct bids opening last Tuesday, and we did receive some mighty competitive bids from our contractors that submitted. And the winner of our bidding process is Monteith Construction. And I will look at some numbers, but David, I will turn it over to you if you have anything you would like to present to the board. Any comments?
I think the numbers speak for themselves. The only thing that I can tell you is that we were concerned that the project was going to be way over based on the fact that we did the other one a year ago, and the prices have been going crazy. And it turned out, and Monty corroborated this, the structural steel price on this job versus the other one was $1 million higher, and metal studs on this one over the other one was $500,000 higher. And that accounts for virtually the entire overage that we are experiencing. I will say our design, you can go out and see it at West Columbus now, uses far less steel than most typical school buildings. We do not use steel deck for the roof. So that saves 60,000 square feet of steel on this building. And metal studs are still cheaper than putting 8-inch block walls up all the way to the roof deck. So that's all I have to say. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. We did have submittals from 4 contractors, and Monteith, as we said, won the bid, and the price for, and keep in mind this is phase 2. Phase 1 was the demolition and site preparation that's already been conducted, and that resulted in the mountain of dirt we have at Tabor City. But phase 2, Monteith submittal bid was $25,850,000, and it is David Clinton's recommendation that we accept the low bidder. Monteith did build the 6 classroom building for us at Old Dock. Did a great job for us. We had a good relationship, and we were certainly pleased with that work, and they're a very reputable firm. So with your blessing, we would like to issue a letter to accept, that we accept their bid. And if you have any questions, we'll try to answer it, and David's here as well.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that the board accept Monteith's base bid as well as the first 4 alternates, right? Alternates,
Yes.
or 5?
4, and it's just like the West Columbus project, the exact same alternate and same specifications as the West Columbus project. But as you know, at West Columbus, we started off with a 10 classroom head start on that building, so that's why this one is the construction size of the building is going to be larger here at Tabor City.
Remind me again of what the honeycomb glazing is.
Honeycomb glazing is I have a sample in my office, but basically it looks like some plastic, I won't octagon, but they're circles, and it looks like a little beehive inside the glass. And what it does is it allows light to come in, but you really can't see through it is easy. But it will be placed in the stairwells on the end, at the ends where the stairs will be located. Is that right, David?
Yes, and in the corridor opposite the media center. It's meant to control western light and eastern light. We can control north and south light fairly easily, but it's almost impossible to control western and eastern. And I wanted to have there be plenty of daylight and the ability to look out of the stairwells without people being able to look in. And that's a sort of a safety and security feature of them.
Okay. Any other questions?
We have the recommendation of the superintendent that we accept Monteith Construction Corporation's base bid and the 4 alternate bids to combine a total of $25,850,000. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Strickland.
Second.
Second by Mr. Long. Any other discussion?
All the other things on there we're doing outside of the general contractor, right?
Yes, the alarm and the alarm system and the feature where it calls out those 2 we contracted separately with Tritech.
Okay.
Exactly the way we did it at West Columbus. Tritech's bid was a little lower, so we pulled those and contracted directly with them.
Okay.
Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor of the said motion, would it know by saying aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you, David.
Thank you, and I hope to see you all on Thursday up in Greensboro.
Okay.
See you then. See you.
Come see my booth.
We will. Thank you, David.
Should be a lot of freebies in that booth.
Right. And just so that the board members are aware, Dr. Williams and I, well, you all are aware, but so everybody else is aware, Dr. Williams and I went and spoke with the commissioners last week, and they approved for us to request a larger loan amount. It increased by almost 3.4 million. We did that for a couple of reasons. One, we had to ask for that change. We had to ask to increase the loan amount. Part of it because of originally the needs-based grant was applied to both schools, and the needs-based grant only applies to the West Columbus school. So we were having to go back and ask USDA to add $5.7 million to the original loan amount to begin with. But then because of the increased costs, we also increased the amount and don't want to have to go back and ask for anything else. Don't expect to ever have to go back and ask for anything else. So it was actually a little bit higher than what David was saying was the 1.56 million. But that should cover us. We will not borrow any more than we have to. So whatever we actually end up spending is what the loan amount would actually be. So even though we asked for 3.4, almost 3.4 additional, it wouldn't actually turn out to be that if we don't need it.
Now, when will we hear from that?
The USDA has submitted that, and we moved quickly. The commissioners did a called meeting because we are under remember the 60-day window that we get for the bids to be held. That started as soon as the bids were opened last week. We had it timed out. Dr. Williams had it timed out that we could go to LGC on January 4th, and we should be able to fall within that window. Then we learned on Wednesday that the LGC moved their meeting to January 11th. So, but Mr. Clinton has talked to the contractor, and they are willing to hold the bids for that short period of time and not go back and change the price if it's within that time frame. So our hope is that USDA said it would be about 6 weeks to get approval. We can do that at the same time of submitting to the LGC and requesting the interim financing that we have to get in the meantime. So we are hopeful and we're stay on top of it as best we can, that everybody does what they're supposed to and gives us approvals and everything will fall in line so that we won't have that same issue that we had the last time.
Complicated a little bit, of course, with the holidays, but we counted back. We feel pretty confident that we're going to be able to get it done.
Everything that we approved to be in Tabor City School is going to be able to be in Tabor City School.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, we didn't feel like we could do any, what is it called, value
Engineering, and we really, you can't understate enough that the project itself is laden with allowances for different phases of the project. Very similar if you were to build a house. If you don't spend that much, it goes back towards the cost. You get credited for that. Plus, the USDA requires you to add contingency, a percentage of contingency. They required us to add $1.6 million of contingency to this project. So, we feel really good that, that we're going to be under this figure. But like Dr. Meadows said, it's better to have it and not need it. Because if we had to go back for more, we'd have to do this process over again. That would just be a nightmare.
Okay.
We're going to be passing the hat around everybody in the audience in a little
Well,
bit.
in order for them to leave, we're going to take up the collections. Yeah.
We need to pass it before they get through with
Well, these are all
their school improvement plan.
Don't we have Tabor City people in the audience, right? We'll get
We
them
do.
to add a little bit more.
And shaky, man.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you won't get a dime there, but I'll tell you that right now. You better go barking up another tree.
All right, so the next item on our agenda are the school improvement plans from 4 of our schools. And so we'll start with South Columbus High School. And when you come up to share, if you'll actually take a seat so that you can be heard in the microphone, I appreciate that. I know.
You might not need that microphone there.
That's right. Probably.
Thank you.
Dr. Meadows said we had about 45 minutes each, right? So,
Wendell don't know enough to say 45 minutes.
You
I'm
don't
glad
have
he
to
brought
worry-
those ladies with him.
You don't have to worry about getting 45 out of me. All right, 2021-22 school improvement plan at South Columbus High School, and we've got 3 major goals that we're going to focus on. In May of 2022, South Columbus High School will increase our school proficiency scores by 10% in all EOC tested areas. And what we're doing to help achieve that is really focusing on the individual student. Sometimes we get caught up in the whole group and we don't focus on the individual students, so we're administering pre-test, post-test, formative assessments on a regular basis so that we can then meet within our POCs to individualize our education as much as possible in order to bring our test scores back where they need to be. Our second goal, by May of 2022, South Columbus High School will implement a multi-tiered instructional support system for students with target interventions to demonstrate 10% student growth from pre-test to post-test in all content areas. So we include our CTE, our arts, and things of that nature within this goal. Again, we'll be looking at pre and post assessment data. We'll be meeting in department PLCs to discuss this testing data along with classroom observation data, and that will drive our instruction and what we do in the class. Teachers will use multiple forms of assessment to check mastery. They will use a mastery checklist in order to determine student proficiency and where they fall in those tiers. And again, we're going to try to individualize that as much as possible so that we can drill down to individual students. Teachers will incorporate remediation throughout the week in order to target these individual student needs. In high school, a lot of times, if you don't individualize, you really don't touch the students that need the help. Okay, they kind of get lost in the shuffle because there are 4 classes and we change so often, and there's so many of us that we really have to make a conscious effort in order to drill down and touch the individual student, and that's something that we're working on in the high school. Our third goal, by 2023, 90% of our classrooms at South Columbus High School will consistently implement online, hybrid, and blended instructional strategies, and our focus will be on blended learning in our classroom. Teachers need to incorporate these hybrid and blended learning as a part of their normal teaching methodology. Teachers will use Google Classrooms and other forms of online learning in order to provide students with the opportunities to enhance their education. Our hybrid learning platforms will include things like Google Meet, Zoom, Savvis, WebEx, and this will be so that we'll utilize these so that teachers can incorporate opportunities for students to socialize and interact during the synchronous learning. And then leaning toward a flipped classroom. So we have some classrooms who are a little more advanced and trying to do the flipped classroom as well. And basically, if you don't know what that is, that's where they give the work up front, and then when they come in, they use the classroom session as a time to demonstrate and practice so that teachers are there when they're actually doing the work. A lot of times we teach our lesson, we send them home with homework, and they're at home trying to do work, and they don't have anybody to help them at that point because mom and dads can't. So with the flipped classroom, it's kind of in reverse. We will video, teachers will video some of their lessons. They'll post those into Google Classrooms. They'll see the lesson at home, and then they'll come into the building where they actually do the work so that they have someone there to help them.
Have the students been pretty receptive to that, Adam?
They have, and not a lot of our classrooms are doing that yet. That's something that we're working toward, but so far so good. Yes, sir.
Adam, how many do you have online now? Percentage-wise of your students?
One.
One? Good.
Yes, sir. All of our kids are back in the building
Good.
now.
Good.
Thankfully. Any questions on our school improvement plan? Is that my 45 minutes, Mr. Evans?
Thank you. You did a great job.
Thank you,
You get to
guys.
eat early supper
Took
tonight.
up Wendell's time.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. All right, Mr. Duncan, let's see if you can stay within the time limit.
Wait a minute, let me turn my. I know you're gonna bring those ladies up here.
Yeah, these ladies wanted to come, but y'all ladies can come stand behind me, but you know. When you fall. Yeah, they always catch you when you fall.
And that's all.
You know it.
Like spider webs.
That's part of the test.
Is that right? I'd like to introduce my lady, Miss Terry Godwin, Miss Kathy Hoffman, and Miss Adria Kinlaw. These ladies is my team, and they help me. We meet twice a month with our school improvement plan, our school improvement team. So we've had some big challenges this year. You know, coming back from last year, we had a lot of kids who were not in the building. So one of our main focuses was to develop some self-awareness and self-management skills to achieve school and life success based on the social-emotional surveys we conducted. The reasons for the goal was the lack of interaction with teachers, peers, and other support staff over the last 2 years due to the COVID pandemic. Daily interactions with students, parents, and behavior logs show the need for social-emotional support for students. Our action steps were to purchase a second step program for our guidance. Some results of our surveys was some kids just didn't know how to stand up for themselves, or how to, I guess, help themselves out when they come to an intersection in life where they didn't really know an answer. We've seen a lot of those surveys from kids due to just the social interaction that they didn't have. So we felt that that was the number one thing, in interacting with our teachers and just not going through a Chromebook for, you know, lessons that way. We had a lot of Google Classroom meets. Kids met. You know, a lot of kids last year was about half our kids were virtual. So this year we have everybody back in, and we are seeing a lot of the lack of interaction in the social skills, especially in our middle, about 5th to 8th grade, our kids. So that was something we felt that we needed to jump on first. And the next 3 goals, you know, 2, 3, and 4 are definitely to increase student achievement. Our EOG score last year we were not happy with. So we've got a lot of programs that Dr. Meadows and our leadership team has purchased. We have lots of those programs. We have a lot of face-to-face now with our kids in the classroom, so the students are getting the educational needs they need now that they probably lacked of last year. And that resulted, you know, when we looked at our EOG scores, that was very evident. So when we looked at this year getting back face-to-face, we have looked at a lot of these goals, and we want to improve these goals. Now our check-in scores come in this week. We've already seen some, we were just happy. Last Wednesday I called all the staff together. I showed them our last year's EOG scores. I said our check-in scores right now is already better. So you guys, look, be positive. I know we blame a lot on COVID, but we got to start somewhere. And these ladies will know that's what I had, the whole staff. We said, look, we will present next week to the Board of Education. What do you want us to say? And a lot of them was, you know, I just felt we just needed some positivity from the top down. And that's what we felt like we needed to start from. And I showed results of last year's EOG scores. I showed this year's check-ins, and they're already improving. So that's the way we felt. And the reason for all those goals was the lack of background knowledge, because they were teaching themselves at home. So this year we just want to maximize our use of core district programs, strategically use district supplemental programs and interventions and enrichment, increase student engagement with collaborative and blended learning, a lot like Mr. Thompson talked about. You know, we got to let kids talk with each other in collaborative groups and cooperative groups. I want to see some noise when I go in the classroom and do observations. That means they're learning. If they're sitting there, getting, you know, they don't need that. They done that last year. So that's a push from our leadership team and across the county at this point. We just want them to have some fun learning, learn from each other. Sometimes they learn from each other better than teachers. And teachers do a good job at planning and doing some of the projects and stuff that they present to our kids, and they just go with it. And we are seeing much more of that now. We are using masks. We are using group work a lot more now. You know, they were scared at the beginning of the year, but the last 2 or 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I would say we're just moving back to normal as much as possible. And I think, and like I said last week, Wednesday at our meeting, I just felt it was time for all of us to have a positive note. We can't make excuses anymore. COVID's gone. I mean, COVID's here, but we got to we got to start somewhere, and wherever that is, we need to start it from that day. And I felt we got a good reaction from all the staff, and I wanted to end it on a positive note, and I feel much better with the COVID cases, you know, decreasing, and our teachers are feeling more comfortable talking to them, getting them in groups, doing small group instruction with our little ones, the K-5. I've seen a lot more of that. So that's just got me excited about learning is looking a lot like it did before. So I felt good about that. The last one is Title I funds. We're going to hire a remediation tutor. That's out there. I'm supposed to, you know, we have a lot of jobs out there on our employment list. I do have someone lined up after Christmas to do that remediation tutor right now. She's going to be employed to come do some remediation with our students, and she'll be 29 hours, but that'll be weekly. She'll be there every day. I've already reached out to some of our school teachers that are already doing after-school tutoring, and we've got monies there to pay those teachers who want to make a difference with the kids, and we're spreading them out now. I've got about, I think, 3 or 4 teachers right now already tutoring, and we got a plan drawn up to Mr. Tom McLam that I've got some extra Title I funds that we'll be able to pay those teachers who are tutoring after school. So those are some of our main points that we've discussed. Like I said, we meet twice a month. I have a good crew at Williams Township. We got a good community. We've got a lot of parental support. And, you know, what's tough is when parents call us and say, what do I need to do? You know, and then that's when we got to come through. Just like a doctor, we go to the doctor, we got to have a plan. And that's the way we approach it in our POCs. We meet on Tuesdays with K-5, and 6-8 meets on Thursdays. And me and Miss Amy Beck, our lead teacher, she's in there every week, and our teachers collaborate, and they make plans to improve instruction. So I think we got a good plan. I think we're moving forward, and we're not moving backwards. So I can just see a lot of good things happening at Williams Township.
I've got a question.
Yes, sir.
How is your top 10% doing as far as their growth? Are you seeing a growth there, or are we spending too much time reviewing and catching up?
Our AIG teacher is present in this building, so she does a lot of enrichment activities. I watched her today on the history of motorcycles.
The STEM activity.
The STEM activity? Yes, we are stimulating those. And in the enrichment activities, I feel they're getting all their needs. I do. Mm-hmm.
Tell me this, Wendell. As they've come back in the building this year, and like you said, all of yours are there, how's the discipline been? I mean, was it bad to begin with and got better, or I'm sure it's been different for the kids?
Usually when middle school, any school age kid, you know, when they get back together, first of all, they want to socially get, you know, familiar with each other. I think the immaturity, you could tell that they hadn't interacted with one another. A lot of immaturity, even with our 8th grade kids, you know. I will say 8th grade because usually, you know, those kids are your leaders. They're the ones our little ones look up to. When we talk to them, when I go in the classrooms to talk to them, I say, guys, your little ones is watching y'all. And, you know, you always, you know, and they are getting familiar with each other. You know, kids will be kids. They bump into each other. You know, they'll, you know, fist bump, do everything like that. But, you know, we want them to show the example to the little ones. But yes, sir, to answer your question is, it's a little different than normal starting the school back, school year back.
Well, you
But
know,
discipline has been not bad at all. Not bad at all.
well, and like you said, you're very fortunate in that the community you have is very supportive, and, you know, from 16 years at Williams Township, it's always been that way. It's always been that way.
And they still are. You call them and, and the way I approach parents sometimes, I say, listen, you got to help us. You guys, I know you want the same thing that I want is your kid to get here and get a good education, and we'll work together. I know you don't have all the answers and I don't, but we'll go work together and we'll do the best we can. And every parent I've called the last 2 years there has been very supportive. I'll say this, we just got a lot of good stuff going on at Williams Township with our community. We got the old rock court, the basketball court lined off just Friday. We've got trees planted out there. We've done a lot of cleaning up. It shows that the community's doing what they can without having to go in, until the volunteers can go back in and help us with some remediation and reading and whatever we ask them to do. Right. They're doing everything they can to make sure our community and our kids is getting everything they need. And our Williams Township Foundation, we've got a lot going on, and I feel the parents is there. It's just sometimes us directing them in the path in which way they want to help us.
Anybody else? Thank you, Mr. Duncan.
Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, ladies, for coming.
All right, Ms. Bullard and Tabor City Elementary School.
Good evening.
Hello. Thank you.
Ms. Bullen, be careful now, man.
I know it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, good evening. The first thing that I want to say is several of you are educators in the room, and you know this. School improvement is tough. It is not something that happens overnight. It's a process. It takes a team to design the plan, but it takes a school to implement the plan. I wish I could bring the entire team that has helped design this plan, because really they deserve the credit for this. It is a lot of work. I was able to bring some of the team with us. It's very easy for Ms. Cheryl and I as administrators to look and find the challenges within the school and say to the team, okay, this is what we noticed and this is what we need to do to fix it. But that's not what it's about, because in the end, you want the support of your school. You want buy-in from your teachers, and that's the only way to fully implement a school improvement plan. So I did bring some of the team. I've got Ms. Gerald, the assistant principal, here. She is a huge support system for me as the leader. I couldn't do it without her. She is very thorough. Anything that she puts her hands in, she is just on top of it. Can't say enough about that. I have with us another special guest, who is our Tabor City Elementary School Teacher of the Year and our Columbus County Schools Teacher of the Year, Miss Christian Godwin. She is a highly effective teacher in our building, and she has been instrumental in helping us design this plan. So what you're going to see are 4 goals that we really wanted to focus on this year. We're each going to take a turn and share different parts, but basically we feel that it's important to provide effective instructional strategies. We have a focus on PBIS, communication, and then last, vocabulary instruction. So I'll begin with number 1. If you look to the left there under goals, there's a whole lot of verbiage there. But basically what that says is that we have high expectations for all content areas, and it's our goal to provide effective instructional practices that overall will increase student performance. I was looking at the scores across the county for elementary schools, and every elementary school had a decrease of 30 to 40% overall. And that's tough, that's huge, you know, but we faced a lot the past 2 years, lots of difficulties along that road. And if you look under implementation, those are things that most all the schools across the county are doing. We're participating in the MTSS process. We're all involved in PLCs. We're doing classroom walkthroughs. We're all participating in the letters training, the blended learning initiative. But I wanted to really focus on 2, and I think I highlighted them in your handout, that are a little different and stand out for Tabor City Elementary School. So the first thing is resilience training. So if you look on the 3rd page of your handout, we were fortunate enough to be selected to participate in the Resilience and Learning Project. Basically what that is, you know, our children come to our classrooms with adverse childhood experiences. Those are called ACEs. And we know that that leads to trauma and toxic stress. So that spills over into our classrooms. So what we are doing with this project is we have a coach who comes in, and her goal is to help build awareness and be a support system for our teachers. So we have a personal coach, and she provides PD on trauma-informed training. The ultimate goal is to help our school create an action plan to address the ACEs. We meet 2 times a month with this coach for about an hour and a half. Okay, so she's providing a support system and goals and strategies for our teachers to better reach children who have been affected by trauma. The other thing that kind of stands out for number 1 is, as Mr. Duncan mentioned briefly, after-school tutoring. So we are using Title I money to pay our own teachers to stay after school 2 to 3 days a week. They stay about an hour after school. This is not just children staying after school to complete homework. It is targeted instruction. Our teachers use data. They find deficiencies. They choose a standard and say, this is what we want to focus on. And for the next couple weeks, that's what they work towards until those students are proficient in those areas. And so those students interchange. They're coming in and out of those groups for tutoring. Number 2 is continuing the implementation of PBIS. So we believe PBIS works. We have reaped the benefits of that at Tabor City Elementary School, and we fully implement it. Our school improvement team did design a new PBIS matrix this year, and that's on the 2nd page. So we have a STAR theme, and that basically means strive to do your best, take responsibility, always work together, and respect everyone and be safe. Our school improvement team designed this matrix. These are the expectations of all students in the building. These are reviewed every day. They're posted in every classroom and in the hallways. They use Wednesdays as their review day, so they do some kind of review game or something to ask them questions just to really drill that home. And then they do that again after long vacations or teacher work days. Right? Another thing that we're proud of this year with PBIS, it's important to us to celebrate student successes. We were able to do that today. Something new we started instead of paper awards was something called brag tags. So I'm going to let Ms. Cheryl pass that around. We're really proud of the first one. That was a specially designed one for our school. But instead of students getting paper awards when they come up for awards day, they're working to earn these, what we call brag tags. These are things that instead of just taking them home and them getting lost or bent or thrown in the trash, they wear these around their neck every day. They earn them for academics, they earn them for behavior, they earn them for attendance. There's a principal's award, there's a teacher award. look through there, anything you can think of that we can recognize and celebrate with students, we do. They were very excited about that today, and the parents enjoyed them as well. So that's something we'll do every 9 weeks. The more they collect, the more incentives they receive. And the other thing with PBIS is, you know, we know the importance of students being in school and being in front of a highly effective teacher every day. We've suffered because of COVID with that, and so we want to recognize perfect attendance and students who are in school every day. So for the first marking period, we've pulled a report for students who have been present every day, and Ms. Gerald and I are designing a field trip to have lunch and dessert possibly at Daddy Joe's is what we're looking at, hoping that it will encourage other students to be at school every day. All right.
You do that for the teachers too, Kim?
We
Might
need
be
to.
a good
That's
idea.
a great idea.
Not have to have us.
Thank y'all for having us, and I'll move on to the third goal. So our third goal is one that is very essential, and it is all about communication and having open communication with all of our stakeholders in an effort to increase our parental and community support at Tabor City Elementary School. If you look under implementation and artifacts, we're just like many of the schools in the county, and we're using various methods of communication, which include the Columbus County Schools app, our school and teacher web pages. We have a Tabor City Elementary Facebook page, and we have Remind apps for our parents, and we also have a Bus Remind app that we use for our bus students as well. Of course, we have our parent and teacher conferences. We've already had our Title I Parent Night, and we continue to have our awards days. And throughout the year, we will have parent and curriculum nights. And we use Google Classroom, and of course, we have our PTO as well. We do have a new PTO president this year, and we have some very eager folks who are willing to work hard for our school to help us achieve our goals and increase student performance. And we also use the school messenger. But something that's going to set us apart from other schools that we're doing this year is we're rolling out something called Classly. And if you would look at the 4th page in your handout, you will see an example of what Classly looks like. And it is a social media platform. It is very similar to Facebook, except for it is oriented more towards the educational arena. And it's also very kid-friendly. You know, for our elementary kids, it's kind of cutesy looking for them. It gives them more of a buy-in and gives them more of a vested interest in it. But it allows teachers to be able to not only message parents like you typically could with a social media site, but they're able to upload videos, their calendars, their weekly newsletters, their agendas. And something I really like is they can hold video conferencing with parents on this social media platform. And it is very confidential. They have a confidentiality form that, you know, parents have to sign that goes home with the child. But it's very private, it is secure, and it was developed by parents. So it is meant to enhance the communication between the teacher and the students. And, you know, since students have come back, those who were virtual during the COVID pandemic, communication is something that we know we all need to improve on, not just communication with students, but communication with parents, communication with our community, because it's like anything else. If you set it to the side and you forget about it for a little while, parents were doing a lot of this, children doing lots of work at home. You know, sometimes we forget that we need to really make sure that we are communicating with the schools, and schools are communicating very, very well, and I think we're doing a wonderful job with that already. But I think Classly is just going to provide us with more of a vested interest with our children, because they're going to be eager to go online and see what's been posted today.
You had a lot of support for that? The kids have been doing
We
a
are
good
in the
job?
process of rolling it out.
Okay.
I believe Ms. Clemens has been she's testing it out for us, and we will be rolling it out to the rest of our staff. But so far, I mean, it's pretty amazing.
Good.
To me, it's better than Facebook. I mean, it's really amazing what they can do. Yep.
Okay, so our 4th goal is to engage students in deep, robust vocabulary instruction every day. So it's crucial that children have explicit and robust instruction and vocabulary to support their verbal and written communication. That's at the forefront. And the explicit teaching of vocabulary allows students to access academic language and discourse, and it facilitates their comprehension of increasingly complex text. And vocabulary is a critical component that's needed to develop critical thinking and reasoning skills, and that's our ultimate goal as educators. So at the beginning of the year, our SIT team got together and we disaggregated some of our data, and we found that most of our students, most of them are non-proficient in determining word meanings using context clues at the elementary level. So this deficiency in this skill stands in the way of the students being able to comprehend grade level material or being able to increase their level. So we have developed a plan of action with using this research-based curriculum plan of action. So our first step is that all teachers are going to be trained with building vocabulary with Greek and Latin root words. So after the training is implemented and the teachers are fully trained, then they all receive a kit, a classroom kit that they go back with. And the kit provides a systematic approach to teaching vocabulary with word analysis using Greek, Latin word prefixes, suffixes, and bases. And the kit also gives strategies for deciphering root words and their meanings across all content levels. So it's not just used in reading, and it's not just focused in reading. It's focused on all of the content areas. So the research, the PD is going to give the teachers instructional planning guides. It's giving them classroom strategies, and it's teaching them how to build a word-rich environment in their classroom. And like I said, it's cross-curricular, so it is focusing on all the content areas. It's teaching students how to decipher those academic words in math questions. So it goes across all of the standards here. And it gives very specific instruction on differentiate for your above, your below, and your own level. So it hits the differentiating piece too. So that is our goal that we're going to implement, and we hope by the end of the year that we look back at that data for that particular standard that we see an increase in it. That is a skill that is very highly tested in elementary school. The NC check-in, you know, probably out of the 24 questions that were on the reading, 8 to 10 of them were figuring out the meaning of some unknown word for them. So we're hoping that this training right here is going to give us the boost that we need with our students.
Ms. Godwin is leading that training for our staff. And I know that sounds like one more thing for teachers to do on top of everything else, but this is what the team asked for. So a team of teachers identified this need and said, we want training on this. We need some help with this.
It's very evident when we were talking that all the teachers feel like that. The academic vocabulary that our students know, we need to up that a lot. Not just academic, but we need to give them strategies in order to figure out words when they come to them. And we wanted to start, this is our first step, is to start with Greek and Latin root words and the prefixes and suffixes that go with them. And eventually, you know, we will expand out into other areas.
Which grade level are you in that with?
Okay, the program is designed for K-12, so the training will go through K-5, but then each kit is individualized per grade level. So, and the other thing is, this isn't taking the place of anything. This is meant to be implemented as its own intentional 10 to 15 minute block a day. So this is in addition to everything that we're doing to try to just address this certain need.
I have one question. When y'all talked about the ACE program there, how do you identify the students that we target with that?
So they have suggested that we not do that. There is actually a checklist to identify the different traumas that students have faced, but they've asked that we not identify specific, to not do a checklist on each student. But teachers who build relationships with their students know if they're coming from divorced homes or a parent has passed away, things like that are all forms of trauma, abuse.
And I like that, I really do. And, you know, it's almost, this is something that almost, because all of our children right now have been through tremendous trauma. Yeah. And, you know, for the last 24 months or so, we've been talking about the COVID, and you know, it's more of a mental health crisis than it is a physical ailment crisis right now. And we see that evident in our scores, our behavior, and things of that sort. So, you know, just looking at that, you know, that might be something that we reach out to all of our children about, you know, and try to incorporate, you know, because, you know, some kids, they may be straight A students, they come to school with a smile on their face every day, but they're affected more by what's going on beside them than what we really know until they get home, and then the parent has to deal with it, and we don't know what to do at home. So, you know, trying to have a program that addresses not only the problems that, you know, children are having, but also how it affects children that may not be experiencing the same type of problems, or they're affected by those things in the classroom. Because, you know, you see a lot of times in our classrooms, especially now, you have a lot of disciplinary problems, or you have a lot of one-on-one activity with one group of kids, and then your top 10% are kind of left there floundering, and they get, you know, they don't even want to be there anymore because they're not being challenged, they're not being, their needs are not being met because they're having those same issues, but they're just not as evident sometimes with the grades or anything like that. You know, they seem fine. So I like that. It's
very interesting. So we're learning how trauma affects the brain, and then teachers will be given resources to help support learning for those types of students.
I was going to say, from the teacher standpoint, what's the most valuable piece of it is that they're giving us strategies and skills to use in our classroom when we know we have these students, you know, in order to self-soothe or to give them strategies where they stay in the classroom and able to function or self-regulate themselves.
And I think one thing that, you know, I think as a board we need to look at moving forward is training to all of our teachers as far as how to identify things that are not on the surface. You know,
So this particular thing is Public School Forum is who we partnered with, and we could choose 2 schools. They actually ended up giving us 3 school slots. So it's Tabor Elementary, Tabor Middle, and Evergreen are the 3 schools that are involved right now. We're seeing how it goes, and then if they'll let us expand. We actually had started, probably been 2 years ago, or yeah, but because we couldn't do the trainings because of COVID, they're now really getting the trainings and are starting to expand that. So hopefully we'll be able to expand it to other schools as well.
Well, and like I said, I could talk about this a long time because this is a lot to me, but with social media and everything is so out there, I mean, you've got really good kids that are being standoffish because they don't want to be judged. They feel like everything they do is being judged by certain things. And to me, that's a psychological trauma that a lot of kids are going through right now. And, you know, like I said, as educators, sometimes we may not see that because we're worried so much about the test scores.
That's
right.
right.
You know, and I got a lot on it right now.
Any other questions for Tabor City Elementary?
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
want to
Appreciate
ask you
your
one
time.
thing though, Kelly, because I spent 4 years there. Parental involvement. I like all the things y'all are doing that are letting the parents know. How is parental involvement? Has it been pretty good?
It's getting better. So we are reestablishing a PTO. We're working towards that. We'll have our first meeting, I think, in 2 weeks. We had applications at our parent family night, Title I night, and we had a good amount of people apply to be a part of the PTO. So we're going to have our first meeting in a couple weeks, and I hope that goes well.
I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will. Well, I think it's good to keep them informed as much as that.
We had a great turnout today for K2 brag tag ceremony. So
Good, good.
I was impressed with
The one
that.
that was
A lot
needed.
of relationship building goes into it. You have to really communicate with your parents. You have to get on their level. You have to let them know that you support them and that we need their support, because sometimes a lot of the parents that we work with, they don't know what to do. A lot of them can't help. So I think a lot of it is just relationship building.
That's
and
right.
say, hey, you know, we really need you to help us with this. You know, what can we do to help you? in order for you to be able to help the student. And so it's just working together, everybody pulling together as a community. And like I said, you know, building meaningful relationships and letting them know, hey, we're here for you, you know.
Well, I appreciate what y'all do there.
And she
That's
mentioned
great.
Title One night, and we'll say we had over 300 parents.
Yeah.
We were
Good.
trying
That's
to get
great.
to show up for Title One night.
That's great.
Great.
Thank y'all so much.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Norris with Tabor City Middle School.
I wonder where they park.
Do what?
I wonder where they park.
I know.
They must have had the carpool in.
Be careful. Be careful.
Be careful through there now.
Thank
Yep.
you, dude.
I appreciate it.
Thanks, Dale.
Bull.
Now, Dale, I know you didn't do this.
Of course. First of all, let me say good evening. It's good to be here. Our school improvement team is comprised of mostly the whole school. We have representatives from the cafeteria staff as well as the custodial staff. And we've met 8 times this year so far. We started out by redoing our mission and vision this year so it more represented the goals that we wanted to reach at Tabor City Middle. And our first goal is 80% of all students will demonstrate at least 1 year's growth in math, reading, and 8th grade science. And our goal is for students to demonstrate growth. We'd like for them to be proficient, but we also understand that we face some challenges. We have assessed the students, and just for an example, 53% of our 6th graders come to us and they're functioning on a 3rd grade level or below. So we know that we have some challenges that we've got to overcome. And tools that we're going to use to help us reach those goals is interventionist, mentor program, AVID, and resilience training. And I'd like to talk about our mentor program. Each child in the building is assigned a mentor, and they've met twice this year, and it's went real well each time. First time they met was a 30-minute introduction session to where they got to know their mentor or mentee. Second time was after progress reports. And each mentor had a copy of the progress reports and attendance data and other data related to that individual child. And they were able to gain a lot of information about what the children thought was going right, how we could help the children, and what we needed to change. For example, one of the things that we heard from the children was HMH is the program we use for ELA and math. A lot of the children said, those HMH tests are hard. I don't know if they match what we're getting in the classroom. They do match what they're getting in the classroom, but the expectation on those tests is a little bit higher. They're very rigorous. So that's an example of what we heard from the students. When we hear that, we can make adjustments and move forward.
With your mentor program, Dale, are the students matched up with teachers from different levels?
They're matched up with everybody. All the cafeteria staff, they have 6 each. The custodian has 6, the secretary has 6, I have 7. Everybody in the building, even Miss LaShawnee Frank, the social worker for the county, she has 6 in my building. And she meets with hers on a little bit of different schedule. She met with hers today. And last time they met, for example, they worked on a marshmallow challenge where they built a tower with marshmallows to see whose could withstand the most weight. We've also working on implementing an AVID system. We aided the teachers and myself. We had training at the beginning of the year, and AVID is a system that uses different strategies to help those students who may possibly go to college, but may very well possibly fall through the cracks, according to what help they receive in the school system. We have an elective, an AVID elective in 6th, 7th, and 8th, and this year we selected the students, the students signed up. Next year we will select the students based on criteria in the AVID system. We're also providing interventions, and we started station rotation. We started it throughout the county, but my teachers have done a great job with it. this time, and the station rotation allows them to pull small groups to the back of the classroom because like other schools in the county, we still have an intervention position open in math and ELA that we're trying to fill. So the teachers can pull those children to the back of the classroom, work with them individual while the rest of the classroom is still working on the current assignment that day by different methods. Some may be working pencil paper, some may be working virtual, so on and so forth. So those station rotations are working real good for us. Also, we have had resilience training. We've had one meeting last year, but we were not able to finish the training due to COVID. And we've had 2 meetings to start with this year. And our next meeting will focus on assessing the school and see where we are as a trauma-informed school. Goal number 2, Tabor Middle will engage stakeholders in open communication that will lead to an increase in parental and community support so that students will show a progression towards mindset. Mindset's also a big focus for us at Tabor City Middle because the data shows that 43% of our students feel that they have a fixed mindset, and 20-some% of the parents that we have received feedback from have a fixed mindset. And that's just where they think, you know, we're born this way, this is the way it is. So we're working to change that mindset as well to help those students understand that they can learn. If they'll put in the work and they'll put in the time, they definitely can learn. Goal 3, staff at Tabor City Middle will continue to implement PBIS, and we also are having great success with PBIS. When the students come back at the beginning of the year, we did see some behavioral problems. I'm not talking about major discipline issues, but I'm talking about problems where students focusing in class, wanting to talk to each other or wanting to get up out their seats because, you know, they've sat behind a computer. That's what they're used to doing. So through our PBIS, we've started offering monthly challenges. This challenge for the October was they were allowed to participate in a pep rally that we had one afternoon if they had less than 1 discipline referral. Next PBIS challenge is a kickball challenge for the month of November. It's also less than 1 discipline referral, but we added 2. They must have at least a 60 or above on their progress report. So we're beginning each time, we're adding a little bit more to those challenges in hopes that it will help them reach their goals. Goal number 4, 60% of students at Tabor Middle will develop self-awareness and self-management skills to achieve school and life success. And for that, we use parent contact logs, the AVID system, and high school registrations, as well as parent contact logs. Each teacher is required to make at least 5 parent contacts per week, and they turn that in to me at the end of the week, and you know, I just check off that they've turned them in. We want those to be positive, and we understand that, you know, some of them, they're going to have to deal with some difficult situations as far as grades, but the majority of those parent contacts we want to be positive. We want to say, hey, your child done a great job in class today, or give them a pat on the back, so on and so forth. And like I say, we have several good things going on at Tabor Middle, and I'm very proud of the way the students are progressing, and I'm proud of the time and dedication that the teachers have put in, because the majority of the teachers have worked very hard to make this school year a success so far.
Well, one thing I want to do is thank you and Kelly and Shauna for having to work through some adverse situations as far as facility. Y'all have done a great job, and I really appreciate how y'all have done that.
And I think we do work together. I've talked to Shauna probably more than Kelly because she's on the same campus, but we have had some issues and we've been able to resolve them.
Good, good.
One thing I like to say to all of the administrators that came, I know I don't say it enough, but I really appreciate everything that y'all do. I know the most instrumental people in my life are my teachers, my coaches.
Appreciate that, bro.
Yeah. People, you know, we make a big imprint on the kids' lives, and I just want to encourage y'all to just encourage your teachers. Give them positive feedback. I know everything can't be hunky-dory all the time, but the positive feedback and you know, to let them know that they are appreciated, you know, because like I said, I know things are tough. They're tough everywhere. But, you know, I really appreciate the hard work that our administration is doing and our staff members, our teachers, because we'll get through this. It's going to take a little while, but we've got to stay on course and understand that, you know, the education of these children is primary, and then the lasting impact that each and every one of y'all have on their lives, that's going to go with them forever. For a whole lot longer than education. They'll forget what the square root of 777 is, but they'll remember you for what you've done for them. So I appreciate it, and if there's any way that I can help any of you down here, you just let me know. I mean, I'll do whatever I can to help support on all levels.
And I'm sure I speak on behalf of all the principals behind me. We appreciate y'all's support too.
Thank y'all so much. We
Thanks,
appreciate
everybody.
all of
Thank
you
you,
being
Mr.
here.
Norris. So, Mr. Chairman, I would recommend that the board approve the school improvement plans for South Columbus High School, Williams Township School, Tabor City Elementary, and Tabor City Middle for the school year of 2021-2022.
Any further recommendations, Superintendent, that we accept the school improvement plans for South Columbus High School, Williams Township School, Tabor City Elementary School, and Tabor City Middle School? What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Strickland, second by Mr. Long. Any other discussion? Again, we thank y'all so much for everything you do, every day, every day. I know how difficult it is. Any other discussion? All in favor of the said motion, ignore by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Where's everybody going? Y'all need to stick around with us.
Dinner time, baby.
I do want to say all of them expressed their, they very thankful for Friday.
Well, they haven't voted on it yet, but they will.
When you get to that point,
Everybody,
Y'all need to stick around and find out.
thank y'all.
All right, Dr. Williams is going to quickly review auxiliary services.
Yes, ma'am. All right, this month we paid, just $11,617.23 to Shawstack for the design, well, not design, but basically just, contract administration for West Columbus School. $31,498.29 for bidding processing, contract administration and contract preparation at the Tabor City School. $15,325.50 for the Williams Township leak remediation, Hallsboro re-roofing related work. This is mainly to the design of the work that's going to be done at Hallsboro. And just so you know, we decided to, at the recommendation of David Clinton, we decided to postpone the bidding of those two jobs simply because of pricing right now. And they seem to be stabilized as far as leaks. I mean, Williams Township's still doing what it's always done. But as far as, you know, it being really, really bad at this point, we just simply decided to put that off until hopefully after the new year, prices may come down a little bit and we can get that work done a little cheaper. But we still plan on doing it, that's for sure. Ty and Associates, $19,679, and that's just for ongoing testing at West Columbus for like concrete, steel. They'll walk by with a hammer and hit bolts and welds and make sure everything is right. That's their job. Souls and Walker, we paid them $3,300 for a topographic survey. This is a cost-saving measure that we did, that David recommended, and I signed off on. And basically what it is, it's when, you know, the building pad is under there that they're going to build the school on. And when they go to remove the surcharge, they may take a little too much, or they may not take enough, you know, which could cause problems later, but what we did, we had this topographical survey done that tells them exactly how much to take in relation to the grade. And and later on, had the contractor had to put that part into their bid, it would have been a lot more. You see what I'm saying? If they'd have had to hire a surveyor, it would have been a lot more. So we decided to get our local folks in there and do that survey, so we could include that in the bid specs, and so all that will be done. So that was a cost saving measure that we did. Barnhill Contracting Company, pay application in amount of $1,085,461.60 was paid. And Vincent Lighting Systems Company, $140,209.20. All the above, except for Hallsboro, of course, will be paid through the county, through the USDA loan process. The Hallsboro, item B and item F, basically ours from our capital fund. So with your, we just want to keep you abreast of everything that's going on with that payment. Any questions on those?
I don't have a question on those, but I do have a question. The building at East Columbus, I know that we're waiting on the road situation and things like that. But is there any way possible that we can get that thing usable?
What we were able to do is we went out and met with Duke Progress, and we begged, we asked them to agree, and they did. They're going to go in and put in what basically amounts to temporary power,
right,
so we can go ahead and get in the building. And the work order for that is in process. I spoke to Timmy Hoffman today, and that's in process of being done right now.
So the temporary is going to let us go in and start using it?
Yes. Because we can't go into the building without having a certificate of occupancy.
What more to the floor has to be done?
Just we're really trying to figure out what kind of solution to put on that floor.
Yeah.
The paint, it's been recommended to us that we put on a kind of a surface that you kind of paint on, which has some elasticity to it, but it does not. It's an anti-slippery agent. And that's what we're going to try. It's very inexpensive compared to other solutions. We feel like that's going to work. I will say, and we don't need them right now, but we'll need the heat. But the air conditioning units are still not in. And that's, folks, that's just what we're running into with everything. We can get mini split units all day long, but we can't get large units for anything.
Now on the, I know that the Hallsboro gym floor was having a lot of issues with it. Do we think that floor is safe enough to be able to play basketball and stuff in it with the slippage and the issues that they were having during volleyball season?
Right now, we keep the heat on like they did, but it developed a little problem today, and Allison put me on FaceTime and I saw it, but Timmy went and looked at it. But I mean, it's got to. I mean, they used it before, and there's nothing new that's going on that hasn't been going on before, but they just keep the heat on basically 24 hours a day, and it's fine. We went in there and cleaned it very well twice, and but it just, and it's not, the problem is not coming up from the floor. The problem is just the humidity in the air.
Well, and the only thing that you know, even for basketball, even if we have to play the games away and then split, you know, the games that would have been played at home, if we play them away and split the gate or something like that, you know, I just don't want to risk any of these children going there and getting hurt.
No, and we're not going to allow that to happen. And you know, we've got to find a solution, because we're going to be using that gym.
I know. For
the foreseeable future. So we want to find the proper solution for that. We've got some large dehumidifiers in there, and that's helped out a lot, but it's still an issue. But we're going to be able to. We surely anticipate being able to use it.
All right, the surplus auction?
We had a sale last week, Friday as a matter of fact, and did pretty good. Tim and his crew worked very hard, They had, I see 104 lots, or not lots, 104 units. And the total sale, Mr. Bill, auctioneer, extraordinaire, $11,112 is what the total for the surplus auction. So we thought that was a very successful auction. We got rid of a lot of stuff. One person's junk's another person's treasure, and that's the way we look at it, because I mean, it really was. We got the good out of everything.
Jonathan, looking at the list, I'd like to know why we only sold the body parts for $5.
Body parts for.
I can tell you, Donald Thompson didn't show up.
It says uniforms, flags, and body parts that we sold for $5.
Oh, I don't know. Was it mannequins? All right. Those probably those we got in from the time we were trying to show people what the school
Probably
uniforms
could call
look
it a
like.
mannequin, not a body part.
We had
Yeah.
a lot of mannequins. Well, we had a mannequin in every school because we were showing what the school uniform.
I know they had two at Hallsboro, so.
I was just going to say, body parts go for higher than $5, yeah.
Well, but we had a successful day, and so is that action? Do they have to approve
Yep.
that?
So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that the board approve the sale of these surplus items at the price that Mr. Bill was able to acquire.
You've heard the recommendation, Superintendent, that we approve the sale of the items at the surplus auction for the price of, what was it, $11,122?
$11,112.
$12.
Yes.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Coleman,
Second.
second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, am I saying aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Student support service.
All right, the next few agreements are agreements that we do every year. So the first one is with the YMCA, and it's related to some work that they do with students who may be pregnant. And so I would ask that the board approve, or I'd recommend that the board approve the MOA with the YMCA of the Lower Cape Fear.
So moved.
You've heard the recommendation, Superintendent. We approve the memorandum of agreement with the YMCA of Lower Cape Fear. Mr. Long, would you?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Long,
Second.
second by Mr. Strickland. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said agreement, am I saying aye?
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, the next one is with Families First, and we are required to do some training on sexual assault, bullying, those types of things, and this organization partners with us to do that. So I would recommend that the board approve the MOU with Families First.
You've heard the recommendation, Superintendent. We approve the memorandum of understanding with Families First. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Coleman, second by Mr. Strickland. Any discussion?
Do they have a training packet of some sort? I would like to see that.
I'd like for us to send one to the commissioners too, if they have one.
That, like I said before on talking with some of the administrators, there's things going on that's not being seen. I mean, and it's not obvious stuff that just everybody can look for. It's the inobvious stuff. It's the, your good kids being withdrawn because, I mean, there's a reason why. And I would just like to see that and, go, and I would like to look through it because there's too much of the bullying, and a lot of it is social media bullying, and a lot of it is perceived bullying that we're in a time and age now, like I said, everything is elevated. Everything is out there. Social media has got, pictures of whatever out there. And it's just real sad that a child at any age level can't go into the gym or at a sporting event and feel comfortable because they think people are judging them. And I think that's things that we need to look at as far as our training with our teachers to kind of start, and even some of our other people, you know, we've got to try to help with those type of things. And I know, you know, we've got our hands full with the education side of things too, but, you know,
And I agree with you, Mr. Coleman, but I will say that our teachers and our staff, they are doing everything they can to try to deal with all the social issues that are happening. And the social issues that are going on in the communities and out there, we can't be the solver of all problems.
Well,
and the parents and the community members, they need to do their part as well.
Well, maybe we need to have a forum at our schools. Maybe we need to have a family night.
We have family nights at every one of our schools.
And bring in some speakers and stuff, because some people don't even know what's going on at home. You know,
I understand that, but I don't want us to put an expectation on our teachers and
Right.
our staff that we're going to solve all those issues for every family out there.
and
Because there is no way that we can. I hate to say that, but I think we can help and we can provide services for kids, and that's what we're doing. But I just don't want to overwhelm our staff with thinking that they're supposed to solve all those concerns that are out there.
And I know that they can.
Right.
You know, and even if it's just a phone call or email to a parent, say, hey, you know, I'm noticing this. You know, and I know that's a little bit more on a personal level with some things, but you know, I mean, at the end of the day, you know, and like I said, even if this goes to the county commissioners and we try to do some kind of partnership and get some other things going.
And I think our teachers do that. I think our teachers do that, our counselors do that, our administrators do that. They call parents, they talk to kids on an individual level. I mean, it's happening all the time. But there are 700 kids at South and 70 staff members.
Right, and they can't touch everything. And like I said, I understand those things.
Can we always improve? Sure.
But the awareness, just the awareness, and even if it's literature sent home, and it might get thrown in the trash, but at least we know we're doing, you know, doing everything we can.
Well, you know, I really think with the times the way they are, kids are probably getting judged by their peers more than ever. And like you said, you know, I really think that it starts at home, but you know, I know our staffs and faculties are doing everything they can. But
so one of the things, my student advisory group that I have, we talked about social media and how do they learn about social media and what they should or shouldn't post on social media. And they said they really don't know. And so that's one of the things through conversation with them that we've talked about. How can we help them to really understand what's happening? One of the students said, well, maybe you can find some people who would make a video and you could show that video to them about what the impact is for the social media on them. And another student said, well, they're not going to watch it. Even if you make this video, the ones that are doing that stuff on social media, they're not going to watch it. And I said, well, what about if they saw their own digital footprint of what it looks like, what their digital footprint looks like? And they said, well, they might pay attention to that. But there are some kids out there that are just not going to pay attention until it really impacts them personally. And I said, you know, that's probably true. But if we can help one or two kids, then that would be great if we can help them. But I don't know that kids and parents, people are really paying attention to social media and what it is doing with students and with children right now.
You are correct.
And so I don't, you know, I asked my student advisory to bring back to the next meeting, what are some ideas? Talk to their peers. How can they learn about social, you know, what would they want in terms of some way to learn about social media? And it'll be interesting to see what they come up with, because sometimes they're the best ones to tell us how to do something to help them. So.
Any other discussion?
And I will say that, folks, I hate it. and we've got to do everything we can. I agree with that, but there's another example, and a great example of the school system being counted on, depending on to address the issues of society. And Adam's here. He and I have had this conversation many times. A large percentage of the problems he's dealing with at this school and all of our other schools is what's being brought into this school from social media. And the schools are being charged with correcting the issues that originate. And we're going to do the very best thing we can. We go through mental health training in the summertime to try to identify, answer your question, to try to identify some of the problems that they're out there in society, and try to, and not without labeling, but start seeing some of those issues in children, so we can start, not singling them out, but working with them and try to pattern our teaching and try to to address some of those social emotional needs. But what we're being called on to address the things that are going on, and we can't blame it on the home. I mean, that's the thing. The teachers blame it on the home.
Well, it's just the social. It's just the social aspect that's going on. The society issues.
Yes.
And I guess it's because I've got one in that in here every day, and I see it more as a parent than a lot of. If you don't have a child in here right now, you just don't know what they're going through every day. I mean, if you've got a straight A student that's already missed 11 or 12 days of school because they just don't want to come to school, there's an issue there, and it ain't our problem as a school board to fix it, but we're losing that child, and I don't know what the answers are.
I think we need to do the best we can, but we got.
I don't know what the answers are. It's tough.
We can't.
Is there something that we could do regarding social media at like the beginning of the school year?
You mean with the students or with
Yeah,
parents?
do like an assembly with parents and students.
Yeah, and we've talked in our strategic plan. We have parent academies that we're going to do, and one of the topics that Kelly and I had talked about was social media. So I think there's some things that we can absolutely do related to social media.
The happiest 8 hours of my life were the 8 hours that Facebook was down.
I know it.
And we can monitor and control what goes on that network, but obviously.
Well, you can control what goes on the network, but you can't go. This isn't starting here.
No, that's right. They
It
go
starts
on private networks.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
I mean,
You got to be. And
social media is going to be the
consequences
death
for
of the
that.
society. Plain and simple.
Amen.
Somebody ought to take them out.
Any other discussion?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. No other discussion. All in favor of the said motion, all by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Number 3.
All right, the next MOA is for school-based mental health services with integrated family services. This is just to continue to be able to offer that. Some of our schools have that school-based mental health counseling with integrated, and some of them have it with Coastal Horizons. But this will continue the services with integrated family services.
You've heard the recommendation of superintendent that we continue our memorandum of agreement with school-based treatment for this school year. What's the pleasure of the board?
So move.
Motion by Mr. Coleman, second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of said motion, know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Number 4.
The next one is a partnership with the Columbus County Partnership for Children, and they would like to provide each of our schools with the resources for this workbook. It's a resiliency workbook, and it would be used by counselors to work with students who have traumatic situations, have, around the ACEs that Tabor City Elementary was talking about, but it's an individual workbook for students and their families to work with the counselors. So the counselors would have this in their office and use it with a student when deemed necessary. So I would recommend that the board allow us to partner with the Columbus County Partnership for Children to provide this resource to our counselors.
You've heard the recommendation, Superintendent, that we approve the resources for the counselors. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Coleman,
Second.
second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? Our discussion, all in favor of the said motion, all by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? General items.
All right, so the next item is that we need to revise our school fees list that we approved at the beginning of the year. We learned that CTE programs cannot have fees assigned to them, so the fees list has those removed. So, as it's the Perkins funds that we receive for CTE will not allow us to charge any fees. So I would recommend that the board approve the revised school fee list for this school year.
We've heard the recommendation, Superintendent, that we approve the revised school fees list for this school year. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Strickland, second by Mr. Coleman. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, I know by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, the next item is from Dr. Sylvia Cox. She has put in a request to use some of our facilities by Southeastern Community College, and so I would recommend that the board approve this request from Southeastern Community College to use some of our facilities.
What is the?
They're continuing ed classes.
We have a class at the school bus garage?
I guess they're doing some sort of training on driving buses or maintenance.
Probably mechanic classes.
Yeah, they use
Mechanic
it.
classes.
Okay.
Well, you
For
got-
mechanic
They've
class?
always used it?
You got mechanics,
Okay.
got
Yeah.
painting and
Yeah,
painting at East Columbus, whatever.
mechanic, small stuff. Yeah.
You've heard the recommendation, Superintendent. We request Southeastern Community College to use facilities at Nakana, School Bus Garage, East Columbus Senior High School. What's the junior senior high school? What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Coleman,
Second.
second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, we received several changes to board policies from the School Board Association. The first ones are just for information because all they have are just changes that are related to like a reference or a typo. That's it. There's no real substantial change to those policies. That's number 3. Number 4, you can see there are several policies there. All of the changes within those policies are related to either the literacy law that came out, where we're required to provide certain interventions, we have curriculum alignment, or we have individual reading plans, but it has to do with literacy, that literacy law. Some of the policies changes are related to the military families, a law that changed around with guidance on how we can enroll students of children who are whose families are in the military. The removal or adjustments to the temporary restrictions or temporary policies that were in place related to COVID, such as meetings or visitors on campuses. There were changes related to Title IX and sex discrimination guidance that came out of a lawsuit out of a case from Virginia. And then there were changes related to school assignment and transfer request. And so I want to speak specifically to that one. If you look at policy 4150, specifically the school assignment policy, our current process, what our process right now is we combine all of our school reassignment, our transfer policies, all of that into one process. And I'll be real honest, we haven't really followed our policy in the way that it's been written, in that the board has been approving all of those reassignments, transfers in or out of the school district. And then if a parent has an appeal, it comes back to the board. The way the policy is written and is proposed here is that transfers out of the system, so any student who wants to transfer and make a request, or a parent wants to transfer their student out of the district, those would still come to the board and the board would have to approve those. Transfers into the system, so from any other county or school district, the superintendent would approve those, and there would, or not approve them, and the parent could appeal to the board. The reassignment of students, so once the student acquires, is considered domiciled in the district, so they live here, or the transfer request has been approved that they come into the district, any change of assignment to the school would first go to the superintendent. The superintendent would approve or not approve, and then the parent has the option to appeal to the board, and those would come to the board. That's the way the policy is written and is proposed by the School Board Association. I propose that we move to that direction so that you're not having to approve or not approve every single reassignment of a student. The transfers in to make them domicile is, once it's done one time, it stays that way. Any reassignment, though, is yearly. They do have to reapply every year, but they would come to the superintendent. If I approve or not approve, then again, the parent has the opportunity to appeal to the board. This just reduces it. So as they come in, I think it's 10 days is how long it is that I would have to review it and make a decision about whether or not it's approved. And then the parent can appeal if they don't like the decision. I think this makes it a little bit more timely in that we're not waiting for a board meeting for a decision. And I think that I can handle those requests. And again, if the parent has an issue with my decision, then it is appealed to the board and we would be able to schedule those to the board.
That would keep a parent from waiting 2 months to get a final decision.
That's right. That's right.
But what you're saying is if it's inside our system, you would approve it and it would come.
Right.
If they had a problem, they'd come back.
And they'd appeal it. That's right.
But if it's outside from the system to our system, it would come to the board anyway.
If it's a system, if they're asking to leave our system just to transfer out, it would come to the board.
Okay.
If they're asking to transfer in, I would do those because there is
from
no
another system.
Even from another system.
The only thing we had to worry about is somebody coming out.
That's right.
Out.
So somebody wants to transfer to Bladen or to Whiteville or to Brunswick, those would all come to the board.
Still, just like they've been doing.
Just like they've been doing. Because that is a loss of money.
Revenue.
That's a budget decision, really, in terms of approving that request. Okay? So that's basically what these policy changes are about. Those 5 areas and then what I just explained to you. So I would recommend that the board approve the policy changes as presented by the School Board Association.
You've heard the recommendation of the superintendent that we approve the policies that were revised by the School Board Association. What's the pleasure of the board? So, motion by Mr. Coleman.
Second.
Second by Mr. Strickland. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of said motion, and all by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion.
Okay, hold on, Kelly, you got one more item. All right, so the next item is our policy around that we have to review every month, which is our mask requirement. So as I shared with you the last time, each time we have this decision, I'm going to share data with you. So I surveyed the principals. 12 of the 14 principals asked that we keep the mask requirement in place. Since the last time that we met, our total number of cases, you kind of knew what our numbers were in August and September. Our total cases in October, there were 30 positive students. 7 positive staff, 13 quarantined students, and 4 quarantined staff. So remember, wearing the mask reduces the number of quarantines, so that should have gone down. So far in November, we have 4 positive student cases and 1 positive staff case, 4 quarantined students, and 1 quarantined staff. Right now, our positivity rate, you have in your packet a letter from the health department asking that we continue with the mask requirement. As of Friday, the 14-day positivity rate for us was 7.1%. It is coming down. Brunswick was 5.9, Bladen 3.4, New Hanover 2.7. Based on the input from the principals and where we are, we have 30 days of school until we get through the holidays. I really would like for us to get through the holidays before we remove the mask requirement. So it would be my recommendation that we leave the mask requirement in place.
You have heard the recommendation, Superintendent, that we leave the mask requirement in place. What is the pleasure of the board?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Strickland, second by Mr. Long. Any discussion?
Okay, I don't,
Is there any reason why ours is so much higher?
I
No
think,
vaccinations.
yeah, I think our vaccination rate is low.
When the magic number is 5%.
Right.
If we can get to 5% or below, we should be fine.
I need to ask
And I
about,
think we should change it if we get to 5%.
I need to ask about athletics because, regardless of what, recommendation is, if our board votes to require mask indoors, that applies to basketball. Now, I noticed as I went around the volleyball, things got a little lax. I won't say lax, but they agreed,
They can wear them, but
they
if they
could
fall
wear,
down,
yeah, they
or
could wear 'em, yeah.
as long as they got them on.
Because it's gonna be an issue because I was at the AD's meeting this past week. I think Pender is optional, and see, that's 2 of our schools that are in our conference, and they were asking what we were gonna do, and I said, well, right now, we had required them indoors, so, ask about, if we're requiring it indoors, is that?
Where is the North Carolina High School Association on this right now? Is it still up to us?
Pretty much.
Now,
There is a recommendation, obviously, that.
the only problem I have with wearing the masks doing physical activities is that has shown issues. The breathing, it's harder for these kids to breathe. I've been to 12 volleyball games, and every one of them girls they can't stay up. I don't know about anybody else in this room or at this table, but as far we've been to ball games. There's not been anything transmitted at ball games. The fans coming in, if they're coming into our building and we decide to keep the masks on, that's one thing. But I do think that optional for at your athletic events while you're playing would be the route to go, because there has been issues with health concerns from children and everything else that's coming along from wearing the masks.
Well, if you think about which is a closer sport, football or basketball?
About the same.
Well, I would have to say basketball because it's indoors and you got the huddle. Football, at least football is outdoors. Now, yeah, once they tackle one another, that's the closest you're going to get.
I think it's about the same.
But as a general thing, you're sweaty and basketball.
But
I will say the largest place that we've had quarantines and cases is with athletics. That is where we've had our cases. The majority of our cases, the majority of our quarantines has been with athletics. So
Well, I understand, but I've also sat in the middle of 65,000 people in Raleigh, North Carolina, and there wasn't a COVID cluster.
Mask nowhere.
Wasn't a mask on anywhere.
Yeah.
So,
I'm just,
And I understand, we've got a fine line to walk. We're trying, I understand the 7.7%, we need to get below 5. But I also understand, you know, I have parents calling on a weekly basis about the children with their asthma and they're working out in the gym, trying to participate in athletics, having to wear masks. Other schools are gonna be coming in. I mean, Pender, what is Pender? Pender's optional and Bladen County's optional?
But they won't be when they come here.
No, if we
That's
that's
what
what I'm asking,
If
that's
we
what
keep
they were
masks, they
asking,
got
if
to
we
wear
require,
masks
they
here.
will have to require. I remember when the mask, if you remember, whenever it was, a couple of years ago, when we first started talking about the mask wearing, there was a stipulation if you were doing a high anaerobic activity.
Right.
You could remove the mask.
And basketball is a high aerobic
But
activity.
that was the way it was back there. But yes, if we require it, then whoever visits our sites will have to wear them.
I don't know that Bladen is.
I'm just asking, I don't
Bladen has
know.
not, I'm looking to see, I don't
don't
believe
know
that
what
they
Bladen-
made
I
theirs
don't know.
optional.
Pender has.
Pender has, yes. See, Pender's the only one in our league now. We
Right.
do play non-conference games with these other schools,
Right.
but Pender's in our league, and we brought it up the other day at the athletic directors meeting. And
I just have a concern about people running up and down a basketball
it.
court with a mask on.
I mean, they did not wear them during football season. And like I said, I know
And that was, our protocol was we didn't have to wear them
it was
outside.
outdoor, right? It was
They
outdoor.
were outside.
and we did, we had one school that did start by wearing them, but I think as the year went on, they kind of tapered back because they requested masks and we purchased for them, and that was West Columbus.
But with our numbers coming down, I think that if we do relax it anywhere, I think that would be the place to start, because that is just a few.
I think it's optional. I think we should make it optional while they're on the basketball court.
Now, if they're sitting on the
participating.
bench, put them on.
Right.
But when they're running up and down the court, I think that I just think we need to, that's optional there. They don't have to have them if they don't feel like they need to.
What do you think fans are gonna say?
Well, and that's another thing.
Because they don't have to wear them.
That's
Because in
another
our
thing.
gym.
Well, now they're sitting, they're not participating in a athletic aerobic activity besides eating a hot dog.
So what you're suggesting is, I just want to make sure that we're clear, so that we're clear on what it is, that mask would be required indoors, except if a student is actively engaged in an athletic activity indoors, they would not have to wear the mask would be optional.
I think that's
Everyone
fair.
else in the building would be required to wear a mask indoors,
I think that's fair.
is what you're saying.
I think so. I mean, that's exactly what you've got in the NCAA. That's what you've got in the NBA. That's what you've got everywhere.
And that's the way it was. When
Right.
the mask came about, just maybe we're going back down the mountain and say, well, we went up, maybe,
Well, and
that's the step
and
to
this
take.
can almost be, to kind of see where we're at too. Our numbers are going down. We've been through a fair and all the festivals, and we hadn't seen a spike. So I honestly, I think we're, for the winter months, I think we're okay. I think you'll see another spike come to spring.
I think you're
Because
going to
it
see a
changes.
spike after the holidays. But
Well, that's always
They'll
true.
have masks with them because,
Right.
especially if
Yeah,
they're
we
away,
still got to wear them on the
because
buses
you got
and
to
stuff
have-
like that. So.
Well, and I think
got to have
Randy
them on
made
the
a
bus.
point too. I think if they're not on the floor participating in the game, they
Yep.
need to have their mask.
Right.
on.
So what about, let me just make sure that we're clear, because we'll be asked this, what about PE classes?
I think the same thing would be is if they're participating in a physical activity, they should be able to remove the masks. And then if they're not participating in a physical activity, they need to wear the mask. Does that sound, because I mean, if my PE teacher has got me playing full court basketball, there's no difference in that than.
And let me just correct what you're saying, and just so that we make sure the language is right, that it is an option.
Yeah,
The mask is
option.
optional
It's
at that
option, it's
point.
not-
They don't have to remove
Right.
it, it's just optional.
Well, I can consider sitting here thinking of physical activity, but, so can I take mine off, Randy?
No, because you ain't doing it.
Randy will be eating in a minute.
You daggone right. That's physical activity for me.
And I think our staff did a pretty good job with that before. They did a good job with, that's the
And
line
they
get
are
on.
doing a good job. I mean, they're giving kids breaks. They're letting them go outside some and walk. But I think as we're transitioning through this thing, you know, our numbers are down. They're not where we want them to be. We've been through the fair. The fair is probably the biggest congregation of people, and this year it was huge.
It was.
And we've had no spike. So
I want to ask Adam something. Tell me something, Adam. You got 5-on-5 half court and 5-on-5 on the other end half court. What's the other 25 in there going to do? Take their mask off, aren't
In PE,
they?
you're talking?
Yeah.
Probably are.
Yeah.
That's just that's where a PE teacher and a coach is gonna have to stay on top of that.
That's right.
You gotta have your mask on. If you're not actively engaged,
That's right.
then you gotta have a mask on. And I would even say if you're walking, you know, because sometimes they don't play and they walk. If they walk, and at that point, they're really not actively engaged in.
That's right.
And sprinting up and down the court, and they should have a mask.
I mean, there's something totally different between the physical activity and walking, or physical activity and just sitting on the bleachers.
Walking to me is tough.
Well,
Walking is a physical activity.
depends on who you are. Come on now.
What
Well,
are your thoughts?
I think the anaerobic, you know, you talk about
anaerobic,
things that's going
right.
A basketball game.
boost
To increase the heart rate.
and walking generally.
Because that's the
Generally
issues
walk.
that we're having, the increased heart rate and then the not being able to get the proper amount of oxygen.
Unless you're speed walking, you ought to be all right. Something like that.
All right, so is that where we're headed? So you want to put in a, so we'd have to edit the policy. So it would be the required face coverings. So it'd be option A with one caveat that says, and we put it underneath where it speaks to situations exempted.
What did Wendell say, John, in an AD meeting?
You know, I didn't really hear a lot from them. I'll tell you this, a lot of times, well,
You better know.
So under item B, face covering exemptions would be under number 2, situations exempted. Face coverings do not need to be worn in the following situations. We'd make an H and we'd say when physically exerting.
Actively engaged in
Anaerobic.
aerobic.
What's that word, Jonathan?
Actively engaged in aerobic activity.
aerobic activity.
Yeah.
Is that, Mr. Bill, Mr. Phipps, is that,
Yeah.
okay, okay,
Yeah, it's aerobic.
okay.
Anaerobics.
Anaerobic.
Anaerobic?
Yeah, anaerobic.
No, it's aerobic.
It's aerobic.
It's aerobic.
Yeah, anaerobic means you're moving, but you're not exerting. Aerobic is aerobics when you really get the heart rate going. I had it back.
So it would be option A with an added item under section B, number 2, letter H.
You're gonna say this motion then.
Okay, so I recommend that the board approve option A, policy 4231, with an item added under section B, item 2, item H, when actively engaged in aerobic activity.
Sounds good to me.
You've heard the recommendation, Superintendent. What's the pleasure of the board? Motion by Mr. Coleman,
Second.
second by Mr. Strickland. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor of said motion, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
already had.
Okay, so we got to go back because you already had a motion and a second. So we need to go back to
Who made the motion?
Mr.
Ronnie,
Strickland.
And I second it.
Mr. Rawlings.
So you can amend
Me?
your original motion?
Okay.
Is that what he needs to do, amend his original motion?
Original motion.
To
So I'm
add
the one that made
item
the motion?
H? No.
Okay.
Ronnie
Ronnie made it
Mr.
or
Strickland
Randy?
made the motion.
I'd like to amend my original motion to the change that we discussed.
Okay.
No, I'll second that one.
We have a motion by Mr. Strickland that we amend the motion, second by Mr. Coleman. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Are we good, Benita? Okay.
We butchered that one.
All right. All right, item number 6.
Alma?
Mr. Jones.
Okay, so throughout the last 2 years, I've had a lot of conversations with people throughout the state about internet access. And we became aware of some challenges in our county, and it's gotten better. I think we all know it's gotten better. But there are a lot of places where either there's not access or students live so far away from where the access is that it's not feasible for them to get access. So every conversation I have with somebody, I say, look, can we do something about internet access in Columbus County? You know, whatever you can do to help our kids, just let us know. Well, through a couple of different conversations, this company just approached me and said, you know, we've got a challenge and we want to see if you can help us. We have this new technology that we're rolling out, and we need a tower that we can test it on. And would you be willing to help us? So I had some conversations, and a few things surprised me. They said that they're able to reach 30 kilometers on a 40-meter tower right here, point to point, from here to a home.
How many miles is 30 kilometers?
12
It's
miles
about
or
12,
so.
13 mile
13,
radius.
something like that. So they said, you know, but we need a tower to test it on in a relatively flat place. And I said, well, we got both of those. And so what they're asking for is to basically set up a testing ground at one of our sites that has a 40-meter tower. They would basically provide everything from top to bottom. They're going to put equipment on the pole. The only thing that they would need from us would be agreement to tap into power to run the electronics for this. And so what this proposal really is asking is a letter of intent to work with the company to set this up on one location for 12 families for 1 year. And then they would gather data. Now the good news is, there's two good pieces of news here. If it works and the documentation is there, I mean, we're going to have an opportunity probably to put some of these radios on our towers and generate some income. But the other thing is, we're kids that would probably never have access. If it works, they'll be able to have access. You know, this is talking about if things go well on into the future. But right now, they want a letter of intent saying we'll work with them to provide a space. And of course, there would be incremental things. Of course, you know, there'd be attaching the radios that would need to be approved, and we could do it on a step-by-step basis, but they need a letter of intent that we're willing to do that so that they can go ahead and procure the technology and start the implementation.
And this is going to be no cost to us whatsoever.
Zero cost.
Except
We'll
for the
make
power.
Except for the
Yeah,
power.
that's the
Except for power.
Except for the power.
The one question I have, Kelly, is which one of our school sites has the worst 12-mile radius internet stuff?
And if we figure that bad internet is...
Just off the top.
Yeah, bad internet and no internet sometimes is about the same. 'Cause we got some kids that have 2 megabits down.
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, it would probably be Delco would be
Boca.
one over in that area.
Now, if you put that thing at the elementary school, it's going to tap into Rigglewood, and Rigglewood, like on the cell phone, is 5G in Rigglewood now.
Yeah.
So I don't know how much. That's 12 miles that way. Now, 12 miles the other way, you would be all right because you're getting back into the woods.
And we're just doing a pilot with 12 families, right?
Right, correct. And what they're trying to do is get real world data
Right.
that then they can go and tap into grant funding to provide this.
To boost it.
Right. So, I mean, I don't, it's probably one of these things that, and they described it to me, it's a technology that's new enough that they don't have any real world examples that they can use for the grant funding that they're trying to get.
I
So-
feel it.
As long as we don't sign anything whatsoever, I'm in agreement with it and letting them do whatever they want, because it's not going to work, and it's going to be next spring when you find out really how bad it is. It'll work twice as good this winter as it will next spring.
And
One precaution, whatever we do on a campus, those people have to have clearance. So we don't have people who are registered sex offenders or whatever, because that's one of our requirements to protect our students.
And then plus, the last thing is the issues that were running with these towers the last time, they would be responsible for everything they put up there.
Correct.
To put it up and remove it when it's time to get down.
And they have to be bonded too. I
Right.
think the industry requires them bonded to 5 million, I believe. But what we could do is just say we're willing to work.
Yeah.
And then on an incremental basis approve
Approve
each
what
step, similar to what we would do in a construction scenario.
Right. I'm fine with that.
You know, Kelly, looking through the diagram, it almost looks like you could put it at Chadburn and hit really 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of our schools.
And I'm a little skeptical because
I
that's
am as well.
outside of my realm of understanding of how the radio works.
Right.
So I'm interested to see. You know, it's interesting to me that they can do that. When they actually said 30 to 60 kilometers, which to me is outside
Especially
of.
when no other company in the world can do it with 5G.
Yeah,
It ain't gonna work like they say it does.
Yeah,
I can already tell you.
I'm really skeptical. The only thing is,
I put in too many radios.
yeah, and I definitely agree with you. I think the only thing is we do have some kids that will never get internet access unless it's wireless. And so if this is a possible solution that we can tap into in the future, and then these towers are something that we could generate some income from, I think eventually with the right folks in there. We've had some interest over the years with cell companies. I think this is one option, and I think it's worth a shot. I agree. I'm skeptical, but they're basically saying that they will do everything, and everything is only including internet to the towers they have to do because they can't use our internet.
But also make sure that you get something from them that says it's not going to affect any other service in the areas, like cell service, jamming technology, and all that. I would want something from them that says.
And I think we could make that part of the incremental. Here's what they're planning on putting up, and because I would imagine they'd have to have studies in place that would prove that there's not going to interfere with anything. So we can.
All right, so I would recommend that the board approve this beginning step of this partnership to supply a letter of intent to partner.
You've heard the recommendation, Superintendent, that we approve the letter of intent of the wireless system solutions that Kelly has talked about. What's the pleasure of the board? Motion by Mr. Coleman.
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Strickland. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor of said motion, on by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, Mr. Jones. All right, the next item is an MOA with DPI for Title V funds. Basically, what this does is it allows us to receive $70,000 to provide training to our teachers on mental health first aid, the Whole Child Initiative. Gosh, I'm trying to think of see what the other ones were.
Sexual risk avoidance education.
So they do some training with our health and PE teachers in middle school. We do, which we already do, the youth risk behavior survey. We're required to do that, which is just a collection of data. It's not specific to any child, but it's just collection of data to see what we need to work on. So we are implementing those items and those trainings, and we receive the funding to be able to receive the training from DPI, basically. So I would recommend that the board approve this MOA with DPI.
You've heard the recommendation of superintendent that we approve the memorandum of agreement with DPI. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Long,
I'll second.
second by Mr. Coleman. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of the said motion, I'm going to say an aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, the next item is just to be able to change the calendar so that this Friday, November the 12th, is an optional teacher workday. So I would recommend to the board approve the calendar revisions for the pre-K 8, the 9-12, and the CCCA calendars, making November 12th a optional teacher workday.
You've heard the recommendation of superintendent that we approve the revised Columbus County School calendar for grades pre-K 8, 9-12, and Columbus Career and College Academy. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Coleman,
Second.
second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of said motion, I'm going to say an aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, the next item was a request from the Mount Calvary Center for Leadership Development. They would like to be able to offer some vaccine clinics on our sites at some of the athletic events. It's not any cost to us. They would just set up a location at our facility to offer the free vaccination. We would really have nothing to do with it. It's just giving them access to be able to provide that. So I would
What kind of
recommend.
area would they need? I mean, like at a gym?
Yeah, off to the side, just off to the side with a table and a couple of chairs for them to sit and wait after they get their vaccination. I don't know how many times they're going to do it. They probably will try it, and if it doesn't work or they don't get many participating, they try it another way. Just another way to try to get more people vaccinated.
There's 1,000 locations right now in Columbus County you can get a vaccine.
Yeah.
Well, with the, go ahead, we'll make a motion and we'll discuss it.
Okay, I recommend that the board approve the request from the Mount Calvary Center for Leadership Development to provide vaccine clinics.
You have heard the recommendation, superintendent, that we approve the request from Mount Calvary Center for Leadership Development to provide vaccination clinics. What's the pleasure of the board? Motion or not?
Okay. We'll let them know that we felt like there were sufficient vaccine clinics in the county. The next item is just for your review that the meeting dates have not changed. It's just identifying locations of the meetings. Number 11. So last month I brought to you the proposal of giving a stipend to the pre-K teachers, the K-5 and EC teachers for their participation in the science of reading. After we didn't have the pacing guide for the administrators that are participating in the science of reading training, and we now have received that and realize that there's an additional 23 hours that they have to have outside of the workday training. And which is basically the same as what the, I think it was 23 hours, the same as what the pre-K teachers had. So I would like to recommend that we also provide a $1,000 per participant stipend to the administrators that are also taking and doing online work, taking the class for the science of reading.
Couple of things.
Uh-huh.
My first question. I've had several folks say that they have submitted their intent to retire, but they're still being required to do this?
I've only had one person ask me about that, and they were not.
Okay. All right, I'll make sure they know that.
Mhm.
And then second thing, with all of this time that that they're gonna have to put into it, is $1,000 enough?
I think we felt like it was an equivalent amount for the pre-K, same as the pre-K. I know they're different levels, but we felt like it was sufficient. I haven't had anybody to say to me that that was not. I mean, obviously they would like more, but
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
I've had several people say that, and yeah, and I think the thing we need to keep in mind is that our teachers are already putting a ton of extra time in,
Mhm.
trying to get caught back up,
Mhm.
and now we're asking them to spend more time.
Mhm.
More home time,
Mhm.
working on a science of reading program. So I think we should consider, as long as the ESSER funds are there, we should consider increasing that stipend for everybody, including the principals.
Okay. All right. I mean, I can go back and look at what the amount of time is again.
Yeah, it seems like
bring
I
some-
remember 28, 29 hours or 27 hours.
It was right around 25 for pre-K. Now the K-5 teachers, it was closer to 50, but now their stipend is $2,000 for the year.
They get one in January and one in May.
That's right.
Right.
Right,
But
okay.
now the administrators only get one in March.
Because theirs is just the 23 hours or so.
Well, administrators is not as long.
Yeah, it's closer to what the pre-K is.
I mean, we talk about the ESSER funds and using the ESSER funds effectively. I
Mhm.
think this is a good program,
Mhm.
but why not
I don't have a problem with
potentially
doing that.
do more?
I can look at that.
Look and just see how much we can go up without.
Are we still good on ESSER funds, everything?
Oh, yeah.
I hadn't got none.
There are many of the systems that are not paying anything.
That's right.
Yeah, I know, but
And we were trying to be generous, but we will absolutely go back and look at it and see what we need to make it, and see what we think, what we can come up with.
okay.
So tonight I'm recommending that you approve the addition of a stipend to the administrators, and then I can bring back a suggestion for any other adjustment to it.
Okay, you've heard the recommendation, Superintendent, that we approve the stipend for the administrators for the science, reading, professional development. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Coleman,
Second.
second by Mr. Long. Any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor of said motion, all saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, the next item is a field trip for Evergreen's Beta Club to travel to Disney in April. I would recommend that the board approve this field trip for Evergreen's Beta Club.
Do they have any kind of form, what was on their form as far as the educational purposes?
I have to go look at it again, let me see. I'm guessing there's probably. some
Florida's wide
leadership
open, right?
program.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of a sudden I-
That's all right, you've already, I just want them to have some.
Yeah, they have science it's
Science
science
standards.
and ELA.
You've heard the recommendation, Superintendent, that we approve the school trip request for Evergreen Elementary to travel to Disney World April 4th through the 8th. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Coleman, second by Mr. Strickland. Any discussion?
With the understanding that if a child cannot afford to go, that
School's
the
gonna pay.
school's gonna pay for
Yep.
it.
Yeah.
What was the cost?
$830 a student.
Wow.
My kid. My kid ain't going. $830.
Ain't that, ain't no.
Dalton wants to go. Wow. Well, just make sure they know that.
Yep. And we say it all the time.
All of them are,
Mm-hmm.
all of them can go.
Yep. Did you all vote?
All in favor of said motion?
All in favor of said motion, I'm gonna say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Before we move on, the Beta Club, I just want to make sure that we communicate with all the schools and help them, especially your middle schools, help them start and get the charter for that program, because there are some schools that have not started that process yet. And,
They're working on it. I've talked to them about it. They're working on getting it started. The next one is a field trip, an overnight field trip for, it's not out of state, but it's overnight for East Columbus FFA to travel to Beaufort, North Carolina. And I would recommend that the board approve this overnight field trip for East Columbus FFA.
You have heard the recommendation, Superintendent, that we approve the school trip request for East Columbus Junior Senior High overnight to Beaufort for land judging. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Second. Motion by Mr. Coleman, second by Mr. Strickland. Any discussion?
Somebody did?
No discussion. All in favor of said motion, I'm gonna say an aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Right. The next item is, this is a non-competitive procurement that we have to, that gets submitted and is approved by DPI for us to not bid for other services. This is a particular company that is providing training and programs for our students that are in the occupational course of study that are specific to career exploration. And so this is basically an approval of the purchase order and the sole provider request. So I'd recommend that the board approve this sole provider request and the purchase order for the Exceptional Children's Program with Talent Assessment Incorporated. They will be using additional federal funding that's a type of ESSER funding.
You've heard the recommendation, Superintendent, that we approve the request for authorization of the non-competitive procurement proposal from Talent Assessment for the EC program. What's the pleasure of the board?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Coleman,
Second.
second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of said motion, I'm saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, I have a few items just to share as an update. So our ADM, we were projected to be 5284 this year. In month 1, we were 4987. In month 2, we were 5024. That means that we will more than likely have to revert because we don't know where the budget is from the state or if there will even be one. We'll have to revert funds for 160 students, which is about 1.6 million that we will have to revert back to to the state. We'll get that finalized, but I'm just as an update in terms of where we are. We did purchase our activity bus out of ESSER money. We looked at the locations, the number of miles, the age of the bus. West Columbus had the oldest bus with the most miles, so the new activity bus has been placed at West Columbus. We have a town hall that is coming up. Part of our strategic plan was that we would have 2 town halls a year. Our first one is November 18th. It will be held at Williams Township. Our plan is at the beginning, to present information on 5 topics. Hopefully I can remember them all. One will be the strategic plan, and we will do just brief explanations about these topics, not spend long time on them, but talk about the strategic plan. talk about science of reading, talk about staffing concerns, talk about communications in our new app, because that's part of our strategic plan, and the construction of our 2 schools. And then we will open it up for parents, community members to ask questions of the leadership team, and we will try to answer their questions on the spot.
What time will that be?
It starts at 6.
6, I believe.
Yeah, I believe it's at 6.
I think it's on the calendar, let's see.
I believe that's what time it was, 6 o'clock.
I am
Yep,
too.
6 o'clock.
That's what day?
According to this.
November 18th, and it will be at Williams Township. All right. Just so that you're aware, we talk about ESSER money, but first part was not about ESSER money, but this month on November 22nd, our certified staff this will be the first time they get their 8% supplement remember we were able to increase because of county funding. We will, at the end of the year, our plan is to give every employee an additional 2% bonus at the end of the year using ESSER funds as a retention bonus. Okay? So several people have heard about, other districts giving some sort of a full stipend or a supplement or something like that. But our supplement, remember, went up to 8% for certified staff.
And it is the full 8% in
November.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Right in
Yeah.
time for Christmas.
That's right. And that is paid on November 22nd, right?
Right.
Miss Lisa?
Yep.
So last month, we talked a little bit about recruitment and staffing. I just want to give you a little update. So we have posted positions related to interventionists, additional teachers, tutors, and and teacher assistants. We have had limited applications, very limited applications. So a few other things that we've done trying to recruit, trying to put some things in place, even if they're not going to happen right now. Hopefully it will improve. People that served as interns with us this first semester, we're already working with them to get them in place as soon as they can be released from their university to start work. So they don't have to go apply for a job somewhere. We will find a place for them within our schools. We are opening up any teacher assistant who wants to become a teacher. We have a program. Some of those positions are funded through a grant. Some of them we will fund using some of our ESSER dollars to help teacher assistants become teachers. We just signed an agreement or in the process of signing an agreement with Southeastern Community College and UNCP that we will work to recruit our seniors to go into the field of teaching, take and get an associate's degree, possibly even prior to graduating with Southeastern, that they can go straight into the UNCP program for education. But we're trying to build that bridge, and as a part of that, try to add back in a type of a teacher cadet program to help our high school kids get an interest in education. So those are some of the things we're working on to try to help with the recruitment or the building our pool of applicants. That's what I have as an update. The next item, does anybody have a question about any of those things? I'm just moving right along, sorry.
That's fine.
Okay. The next item is I had forwarded, you all received from the School Board Association information about the OSHA emergency temporary standard that we received information about last week. That is, you either have a choice, basically, because we have 100 or more employees with the federal requirement that came down from the president that states that have an OSHA organization in North Carolina falls under that, and a And since we have more than 100 employees, we would fall under this requirement that we either have to mandate vaccines for all employees, or anyone that's not vaccinated would be required to wear a mask and have weekly COVID testing. So you'll see the memo that I have included in here for the board members. It is not my recommendation that we require vaccines of every employee, but I am recommending, because we do have to follow the law in some way, is that we request the information from employees on whether or not they've received a vaccination, and then those who have not received the vaccination as of January 4th would be required to wear a mask or participate in weekly COVID testing. Fortunately, because of funding that we received earlier this year, every one of our schools has a certified nursing assistant and has a relationship with a vendor that's called Mako that does the COVID testing on site. It's just the COVID test at the end of the nasal. And so we would ask our employees to participate in that if they have not been vaccinated on a weekly basis. We are required to document all of that so that if we are ever inspected by OSHA, that we would have the documentation to show that every employee either has a vaccination or is participating in the weekly COVID testing. And so I'm asking, we don't know, I mean, there are lots of challenges to this right now out there, lots of lawsuits filed, challenges filed. I'm asking for the board's approval to begin the process of collecting the information, to ask employees to submit proof of vaccination. We already have face coverings for employees, so that's already in place. So we don't have to worry about that part until January the 4th. And then the testing would start in January 4th if there's been no change to the rule that is in place right now. Our maintenance, transportation, central office, we would assign them to a school. If they're not vaccinated, assign them to a school location on their way to work that they would be able to stop, do a COVID test, and then go on to wherever they actually work.
And they're doing a rapid test.
It is a PCR. It's a PCR test. So it takes, I think, 2 days to get the results back.
Yeah.
So it is my recommendation. I mean, we also will have vaccination clinics. You can see that here. We have several that are coming up in the next few weeks, next month. So I'm asking that the board approve the beginning of this process, that we would ask employees to submit their vaccination, a copy of their vaccination card. If they're not vaccinated, we have to collect that information and then begin the weekly testing after January the 4th.
You've heard the recommendation, Superintendent, that we take action on beginning our process of the OSHA Emergency Temporary Standard. What's the pleasure of the board?
I have a question. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Mr. Bill, what does the, on Saturday, federal court temporary blocked the imposing of this through the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals? What does that mean for us as Columbus County?
Absent anybody doing anything else, it's probably binding, but if you come out and somebody comes up with a thing where they don't hold it, and especially if it happened to be our district, the 4th district, then we would be bound by whatever our district found out, our Court of Appeals of 4th Circuit.
Dr. Meadows, how do you think this is going to affect teachers? Are teachers going to retire? Are teachers going to walk out?
You know, my hope would be no, because we're not requiring them to be vaccinated. You know, we are going to require them to be tested weekly. Not we are. The OSHA and the president are requiring them to be tested weekly. And so we're just following the guidance we're following the requirements so we don't end up with a fine
Right.
of tens of thousands of dollars per employee if we don't comply. And so I hope that teachers will look at it, staff will look at it as our hands are tied. And anywhere they go, any school district they go to, the same rule is going to be in place. But I don't know because I have not asked the teachers. We surveyed them about testing. We had 50%, 55% that said that they would be willing to participate to stay at work. And then we had 45% that said they weren't willing to participate in the testing to stay at work. So I don't know if that, it says or, doesn't. I don't know.
What kind of financial burden cost? What kind of cost is it to file an emergency injunction to halt this for Columbus County Schools? I know that the commissioners are exploring this through their attorney as well.
You could spend literally, in order to get it filed and get everything done, for a school system of 6,000 students, you could spend probably, to start the process, $250,000, and you could end up with up to $1 million tied into it by the time you get there. Problem is that there's a question in my mind, and I talked with the county attorney too, as to whether or not we have standing, and whether the county has standing to actually file that suit. DPI, the Attorney General of North Carolina, the Secretary of State of North Carolina, possibly the North Carolina School Boards Association, any of those agencies, which are all we're responsible to basically, they are in the position of not representing 6,000 students, but representing every student in the state.
Right.
And the Attorney General's office represents every person that's in this state. I mean, he's the attorney for the state of North Carolina. They have the best chance of standing because what we have to do in order to file it, we have to go to federal court. We don't have any standing in state court. State court has absolutely not one. The first thing they throw you out on here is jurisdictional basis, so you gotta file in federal court. And your federal district court probably is not going to do anything. You're gonna have to go to the Court of Appeals. So when you get the first denial, you're gonna end up in the 7th Circuit Court of Appeals, which ties right into North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, Georgia, and Florida, I think, are the ones. But that is a totally different world, and your numbers of representation, your entities that represent, whether it be the American Civil Liberties Union or some other group, the national teachers, they've got their own union. They can bring it. There's so many people that are in better positions nationally. Columbus County has Columbus County.
Right.
The National Teachers Group has the entire country. The state of North Carolina has the entire population of the state of North Carolina. There's just so many other groups that are better situated to be able to argue the issue and to have standing than any one single school system. Because we are the number of school systems we have. We have 100 counties and we have more than 100 systems.
Is there any way that we can reach out to those people to see if what their take is on this? Because, I just look at, the fact that, we have vacancies now and we can't fill them now. And, I know if they if this thing goes through, we just gotta do what we gotta do. I mean, ain't no way around it. But, you know, I would like to communicate with with the surrounding districts right on up to see what we can do, because, you know, I mean, if we lose 15, 20 more teachers, even if, because we've got that many that probably can retire. Says, I just ain't dealing with this mess, and go to the house. They ain't worried about income, they're gonna retire. And then we've got all these vacancies plus 15 more that this is gonna cause us to have. And, you know, this is gonna cause a burden to our district.
And I know that the state superintendent had sent out a memo saying she is aware, and she is working with Josh Dobson.
Yeah.
To try to keep this from happening. I don't know where the School Board Association stands on this particular ruling, but I mean, that's where DPI, or at least the state superintendent, stands on this. I think the legislature is probably better to deal with something like this in terms of forcing the hand of some
They're
sort of
trying, from what I understood, there's been 4 bills that's been vetoed with this in it by the governor, to try to take this away from the governor. So, I mean, I don't know.
You've got 25 entities that are involved in that Texas suit. Who they are, I haven't seen, but there are 25 entities, not counting amicus curiae, people who are joining in for purposes of filing criminal assistance to them. And you know, I would suspect American Civil Liberties is in there. I would suspect some of the other attorney generals from the various states are. I just don't know who's in there, but there's 25 that are tied into that particular suit.
That's 27 states.
And there's one in Louisiana too as well. I think Louisiana's done the same thing.
Yeah.
So
I think you're getting the attorney generals are probably the ones who are going to be the ones who are getting it, because they're representing every single citizen in their state. And you know, they may not work for a company that has 100 people,
right?
But the numbers of them who do are far superior to anything that we could even begin to reach.
I've got a good friend who's a school board member in Horry County. They were called last week when this was filed. The governor ordered immediately the next day the attorney general to file suit. Told them not to even worry about it. Our administration, I don't believe, will do that, just politically.
Yeah, but we're covered under the same Federal Court of Appeals as South Carolina.
There's 27 states, exactly right.
Right.
We're going to, whatever they get, we're going to get. I agree with that. But see, that's where the Attorney General in South Carolina's already called Horry and told them not to worry about it.
We don't have the money to spend on litigation. We're in the business of educating students. I think you have to let the people that have the pockets go after it, file the injunctions, and that's the states itself.
That's right.
I mean, it's pretty well known throughout Columbus County that my opinion on this. I get asked a lot, or I get a lot of comments about our last meeting and my comment on this, but you know, it's unconstitutional. It's weaponizing a portion of the federal government to enforce something on somebody, and eventually somewhere somebody is going to come to their common sense and realize it.
Well, they're going to push this to the Supreme Court, and then you're going to get a decision, and then it's going to be, it's not, January 4th is not going to be what it looks like today.
Right. At some point in time, when the board feels like it wants to weigh in, could it not, like, draft some kind of resolution in support of or you know, or...
Just like CDC didn't have the authority to do what they did, OSHA doesn't have the authority.
That is absolutely correct.
And that's just my whole, that's my whole point, you know. They don't have the authority to do this. So, you know,
Until a federal court says they don't
Right.
do,
That's
Okay.
right.
they do.
That's right.
And that's what happened with
They're gonna try.
CCS.
Right.
They told them they didn't have the authority, and that's when that part of the vaccination part dropped.
Right.
Is there any way that we can draft something to send to Raleigh or whoever we need to send it to?
You could draft a resolution just saying that you adamantly encourage them to adamantly defend and to protest the OSHA imposition of the vaccination.
But I would also like to put in there, you know, our situation with our teachers. I mean, we don't have enough teachers as it is. And
That has to be our, well.
that's what we got to stand. That's what we've got to stand on.
That has to be the stance.
That
Right.
we
In
don't
my
have
opinion.
enough teachers as it is, and if we lose 3 teachers because of this, that's 3 too many that we already don't have. So, I mean, I would like for us to send something to whoever needs to read it, and that we are against it, and we're going, you know, we want to do what we want to do to fight against it.
Someone contacting the superintendent's office in North Carolina would be they're probably more in the knowledge of what's going on and what they want and what they need. You know, one thing they don't need is 100 and some supporting things if in fact they've already got a procedure they're going through. Because that's just paperwork they've got to go through and will detain them and deter them from being able to do what they need to do. So it's kind of one of those questionable things. Do you fill up their baggage with things that they don't need, or do you let them proceed where they're going to? And obviously, I think all the states in the entire thing, with maybe except for California, are probably contesting it. California, they're just out of the realm. We can't deal with them.
Well, I know Wednesday, we have a state board meeting before we have our meeting Thursday and Friday. That's one thing that we're talking about Wednesday. The State Board Association disagreeing with this.
So they don't agree with
No.
it right now.
So I wonder if, Mr. Edwards, they'll have a sample, or they'll have a resolution that they would like for us to approve, and we could put that on the agenda at the December 16th meeting, even though we're, as an extra item on that meeting.
Yeah.
Or not
Because
December,
I think
November.
they might have it where all of us.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, I
You
think
could
that
just
would be the
piggyback
idea
on.
to check.
Yeah, and see, and that's
Piggyback
all
on
I
that.
want. I just want us, I don't want us to make a decision blindly on accepting or denying something, and it complicate things in the future. You know, I would rather stand up and fight against it just as hard as I can before I let somebody.
Dr. Meadows' proposal is one to put into effect a plan that would put us in compliance if in fact the thing is upheld or nothing's done with it, and to keep us from suffering that. And I've heard 2 figures, $14,000 and $17,000 per violation.
Is that per employee that violates it?
Yeah, so I think that her plan is a contingent plan. We want to have it in place just so we don't get fined. We can't afford $14,000 per person.
You got to base your motion today on what the law is today. Is it
Right.
going to change? Certainly. Or at least I believe it will.
I believe
But-
it will as well, Steve.
But we've got to base a motion today on, it might change tomorrow, but we got to base the motion on what the law is tonight.
Yeah, I think that her thing safeguards this board and our employment and this lady over here from losing any money. I think that it's essential to have it in place so that in the event something delays and it goes past the 4th year coverage, they can't come in and say, you've got this many things that you failed to do.
That's right.
Yep. So where were we?
Any other discussion?
Did we need a motion?
I
Oh,
started
you
talking
started
before.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? But I do think that's one of our topics Wednesday. We're going to talk about before all of us get there on Thursday. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor of said motion, I'm going to say an aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
Dates to remember.
Okay. You've got your dates to remember, and we should have added, and I'm sorry, Benita, I did not tell you, didn't ask you to add that, the November 18th for the town hall on there. Ms. Nowlin, board report.
So all of you should have received a copy in your board agenda of the November board report. Remember, again, I can't preface this enough, estimated planning budgets. We were talking about a loss of approximately 1.6 million for student enrollment being down. So state is 34% utilized at this point, and that's with estimated planning numbers. Local is at 34% expended. Federal is at 13% expended. Capital, 60% expended. Child nutrition, 35% during the time. Any questions relating to the board report? I will say that we did have a conference last week. Alexis Shoss was there and all of her team. They still do not see any meeting of the minds in sight. And that's kind of who we lean on to know whether she even has a inkling of something going through. So it looks like possibly mini budgets it will probably be to get us there. She did caution us and said that in none of the versions that been put before them, that the hold harmless on ADM is in neither one of them. So anticipate the reduction for ADM.
Any questions?
I need a motion for.
Motion for closed session.
I move the Columbus County Board of Education go into closed session for the purpose of discussing information that is privileged, confidential, or not public record under General Statute 143, 318, 11.
We have a motion. We have a second.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Coleman, second by Mr. Strickland. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor said motion. All said aye.
Aye.
Please, all of you turn off your mics at this time.
Mic check.
session.
You can have them softball coach if you want.
Softball.
Your mic is on.
Everything's took care of for Thursday and Friday, right? I mean, all we have to do is just go, right?
Yeah, and we do, the board does need to be at the award ceremony because one of our schools is being recognized at the
One to
awards
think.
program.
Good.
What is that? Thursday night?
Thursday night.
I'll be there for it.
So the board members need to be there.
I don't know, I might come on.
Thursday night?
Well,
You're talking about Wednesday night?
you're talking about
You'll be
Wednesday.
there.
I'll be there.
No, the chairperson has to be there.
Then I have to get up and go up there.
That's right.
Thursday
If
night?
I need to be there, the superintendent needs to be
The chairperson should get the award since the superintendent isn't there.
there. Okay, now what we gonna talk about? All right, we're now back in open session.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve the personnel list as presented in closed session.
You have heard the recommendation, Superintendent, that we approve the personnel that was approved and that was discussed in closed session. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Long,
Second.
second by Mr. Coleman. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of said motion, then I'm saying aye.
Aye.
All right, and then, Mr. Chairman, I recommend that the board approve conducting a public sale on January 7th at 10 a.m. for the Mount Olive School, or Mount Olive property.
Superintendent has made a recommendation that we approve the public sale of the Mount Olive Annex on January 7th at 10 a.m. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Strickland,
Second.
second by Mr. Long. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor of said motion, I'm saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Okay. Then our next meeting is December 13th, or no, our next meeting is tomorrow.
Yeah.
At 1 for the interviews. Remembering that that's going to be in the form that all three candidates come at the same time at 1 o'clock. You all will be asking them the questions. And then on November the 16th, we have a meeting at 5:30 for the decision for the new board members. And then we have a meeting December 13th at East Columbus. Okay?
Y'all meeting me to death.
Anyway,
We have a meeting on the 13th?
December 13th.
Oh, December 13th.
Did I say November?
No, I must have misheard you.
No,
Okay. All right. And adjourn, we need a motion to adjourn?
we have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Strickland, second by Mr. Long. Any other discussion? All in favor of said motion to adjourn, am I saying aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? See everyone tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Okay.
We see you first.
So stupid. Don't have it. Yeah, I might drink a beer now.
Just think, when you retire, you do that right there.
What am I doing?
We were riding the Blue Ridge Parkway. We went to the mountain last night, Saturday night.
Is that Willie up there?
That right there, they weren't a house, a business within 10 miles. That's on the parkway, the little stop place. And I went around, I said, man, I got to go back and see this. Got built him a platform on his car, he's up there playing drums. I went back and talked to him. Nice fella.
Mr. Phipps, sir, since you were over there,
What time are you going?
Who's plugged in that needs to be up?
I need Mr. Bill, right here.
That's me.
Randy.
Yes, sir.
Right here, Mr. Bill. Hopefully.
Questions, like I said.
Okay,
and,
yeah, I got them
so you
during
got
this
'em?
thing, I read them all.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No, that's
I don't know
okay,
what
yeah.
happened.
That'll work.
I might
I
wait.
guess it was.
Got with you.
Is that your plug?
Sure is, I just laid it up there and forgot to take it.
What you got, Bonita?
And all of you, if you don't want your electronic devices tonight, have you a hard copy of it?
Please do.
Questions, so y'all wouldn't have to do that. I thought that would be easier. You got probably real glad.
Instead of, can we make you director of,
Personnel.
director, what, how can we
Director
word
of
that?
keeping us in line.
She does that.
The executive
We ain't got
director,
enough money to pay for that.
the executive director of the Board of Education.
You want to be our director?
We don't have enough money to pay
I'll
for
let,
it.
hey, I've got another title for her. Secretary to the attorney for the board.
He always gets mad at me because I won't answer his phone.
We'll just make you,
I
make you
told her she
secretary
got
of
to be
defense.
superintendent's office, secretary to the board.
Don't forget,
It'll be
this
late
is
that
yours.
She has yet to do it.
Don't
Nina?
forget
I
that.
hear you.
I mean, I'll take it. Take
No.
it.
You get him or me?
But then you-
Well, I'll probably be better off.
Sometimes, they get together and go eat.
Don't matter.
Sometimes.
Facebook.
Well, that's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.